Alright, I'll stop that. How is everybody? Let me see. Let me pull this up so you can actually see me. Hello, everyone. Oh, and it looks like Newt is going to join us. Hello, Newt. Newt, come and say hi to everybody. Yes, hi. Hey, bud. Yeah, say hi to everyone. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is having a good evening. We got Newt here. Hey, bud. Say hi to everybody. Say hi. He's sitting on my lap. Who's a good kitty? Who's a good kitty? Who's a good kitty? You gonna do your pet rubs? Is that what's going on now? Is that what you want? Okay, yeah. How is everyone going tonight? Good to see you. Oh, Edward Bedor, thank you so much for your super chat. You said, this stream is brought to you by Total Recall 2.0. Why go through the hassle of travel when you just had the memories lobotomy free? Yeah. I mean, the first Total Recall is a great movie, by the way. My favorite line from that movie is, it's the dumbest line from Total Recall, but it's always stuck in my brain. It's where Arnold Schwarzenegger, who plays like Quaid, his name is Quaid in the movie, is like fighting all the guys with a shotgun at the end, and is like the mirror room, so there's like holograms of Quaid like walking around, and the guys trying to kill him aren't sure who's who, and it just goes around a corner and says, "Do you think this is the real Quaid? It is," and then he just shoots them down dead. It's my favorite line from that movie. It's such a silly line, but I just love it so much. "You think this is the real Quaid? It is." Such a great one. But yes. Oh, Spanker4612, it's good to see you. Who else is here? Adrian, good to see you. Corey is very confused. Good to see you. We have 69 viewers right now. Nice. Now it's 72, which is fun. The 90s effect on that movie. Yeah, right? I love the effects. I like the 70s and 80s action, like sci-fi movies were a lot of fun. Like, you know, I miss that kind of era of filmmaking. Like, not that there are really good sci-fi movies today, but like the like lo-fi nature of a lot of like action movies of the sci-fi action movies of the 80s was just like unmatched. I think it was just like they had enough effects to like do clever stuff, but not so much effects today that it kind of got like lazy about it at certain points. I don't know. It was just I think it was just a lot of fun, right, Newt? You just want attention right now. You just want all the scratches. Newt is just like getting all the scratches right now. He's like, this is the thing. Like Newt can get like, I don't know, you can't really tell on this camera, but Newt like aggressively loves scratches. Like I put my hand up against him and like he like puts his whole head into my hand so that I can like give him like really aggressive scratches. He just loves the scratches. It's kind of funny. Adrian, you're so high right now. Well, good. I'm glad you're high. I need to get drunk because we're going to be playing. I've been having, so for the reasons, oh, thank you very much, Johnny. Thank you for saying you love the Matrix video. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm excited for everyone else on YouTube to be able to watch it. I assume, Johnny, you watched it either on Patreon or Nebula, which I'm glad you did. But I am excited to have everyone watch the version here on YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Oh, my beer scared Newt. I didn't mean to scare him. Oh, well. Alas. But anyways, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I'm excited for everyone to be able to watch it. Because I'm really proud of that video. I think it'll be really nice. I think my big negative is it's 2 hours long. So I made a analysis of the Matrix Resurrections that is almost as long as the Matrix Resurrections itself, which you know, there you go. But yeah, a lock writes, positive I said your name wrong. Well, you and your wife, I send you love. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, so tonight we're going to be playing some Jedi Fallen Order because, as many of you know, I was playing Dark Souls last week, and I have gotten, so I could pop on, so here's the thing. I do want to play some Dark Souls, and I'm in this weird ground right now where I've been wanting more of the Dark Souls formula. Like, I've been really, really loving Dark Souls, like, a lot. And I'm addicted to it, and I want to play, and so I bought Dark Souls 2 and 3, and also Bloodborne, and I want to play all three of those games, plus Elden Ring coming out. But the thing is, since I'm basically almost done at Dark Souls, I want to start the next game, but the next big game that I want to get into is Horizon Forbidden West, which is coming out in like 2 weeks. So I don't want to start Dark Souls 2 and have that be a whole adventure, and like I'm still playing that when Horizon Forbidden West comes out. So I'm trying to like balance, like, what do I play in the meantime? So Jedi Fallen Order, since I've beaten it already, it's very Dark Souls-esque. It's like very similar to Dark Souls. I'm like, you know what? I've been wanting to replay this game, so we're gonna replay some of this. I could theoretically, though, if anybody, if we're feeling it, I have gotten to the end of Dark Souls 1, and I'm right at the final boss, and I have to play the final boss for. I'm doing the reason I play Dark Souls is for GameSpot, because I do stuff with GameSpot, and so I'm planning on doing that with somebody from GameSpot, that final bit for the video. But I haven't done the Dark Souls DLC yet, so I could theoretically go and do the whatever the Dark Souls DLC is, but I don't remember how to get to it. So there's definitely, that's the balance that I could do. It's like I could play some more Dark Souls tonight if I really wanted to get into the DLC, but then I could just also replay Jedi Fallen Order. So that's always the fun. But anyways, that's where I'm at right now. James White says, I saw the Matrix video on Nebula, and why I don't like it any more than I did before. I do appreciate certain aspects a bit more. That's James White. That was hopefully what I was getting at. Like, I loved the Matrix Resurrections. We'll talk about this. I'll talk about this more in my stream after it goes out, so we'll talk about it more next week, because I don't want to spoil for people who haven't seen the video. But what I hope with that video people come out of it is, like, I'm not here to tell you whether, and I hope I say this, is like, I'm not here to tell you whether you should like the Matrix Resurrections or not. I'm telling you why I liked it quite a bit. But what I hope you get out of it is, like, an appreciation of, like, not only what I think the film was saying and why I think some of the criticism of the film missed what the film was trying to do. And that could be on the film itself for not being as articulate in those things as it could have been. But what I hope the video is, like, I'm not telling you whether or not to like it, but just an appreciation of what I think it was saying more. Because I feel like the things it was saying got missed in the larger discussion around it. So that's my hope. So. Do I need to know anything about Star Wars for this game, Tammy Mac? A little, but you get a lot by context. All you need to know is this takes place between, I'm starting from the beginning. So Jedi Fallen Order takes place between episodes 3 and 4. So it takes place after the Jedi, like the Republic has fallen and started to become the Empire. And all the Jedi, the like sort of mystical like order of like space wizards essentially, has all been killed, and any remaining Jedi have gone into hiding. And then there's these people called the Inquisitors that work for the new Empire trying to hunt down the Jedi. And our main character, Cal Kestis, is a Jedi that is hiding the fact that he's a Jedi. That's basically all you need to know for, like, the basics. There's more Star Wars-y plot stuff that comes into it, obviously. But it's fairly, like, pick up from context. That's just, like, the basics of, like, what you need to know about Star Wars to understand the game, so. Star Wars does go well with drinking, doesn't it? Bum 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 ba da ba ba da ba da ba da ba da da da. Bum 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 ba da ba ba da ba ba. I wish, like, Star Trek had, like, a good drinking song, like Star Wars does. The only, like, Star Trek drinking song I can think of is, like, the Klingon song. Porque les tut moto. I'm probably totally botching the Klingon, but that's, like, the general gist of it. It's like, it's really, like, Star Trek drinking song that I can think of. So, what are you gonna do? This is the games with Starkiller. No, that's, the game with Starkiller is technically not canon anymore. That's Force Unleashed. Also, the first one of those games was a lot of fun. I actually liked the Force Unleashed game. But I never played Force Unleashed 2, and I heard it wasn't great. I'm gonna play easy because I'm on stream, so don't judge me too hard. Or should I do, what do y'all think? I'll do Jedi Knight because I don't want it to be too hard. And I think I can change the difficulty in the middle of the game, so. If I'm feeling like it's too easy. Me too. They just announced that the company that made Fallen Order is working on the sequel plus 2 other Star Wars games, which has me so pumped. Like, I am so excited for Jedi Fallen Order 2. Like, that might be the game that I am, like, most excited for right now. Yeah, exactly. James White, I can agree with that. I mean, I actually think they're executed well, but if you think they're executed better, I totally agree with that. Like, there's, like, the action I think was kind of blah, and some of the writing was kind of eh. Also, let me know with my sound level. I can adjust sound levels if anyone needs me to. Also, the setting is really cool. I love the opening setting of this game where, like, they're taking apart Republic Star Destroyers, and there's, like, a Sarlacc pit there. Also, this music. Some of the best music in all of Star Wars. Row your boat is. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way, Edward. I agree with you though. Row your boat is a good Star Trek drinking song.
Listen, I don't want to upset your rhythm, Cal, but the boss wants a word. It's gonna be good for us?
Yeah, gotta love the throat
Chief.
singing. Yeah, BD1 did make a BD1 made an appearance in Book of Boba Fett last week. Or should I say The Mandalorian?
I need 2 workers to climb up and secure the cables.
That's not an easy maneuver.
I also really like this actor.
Here, we'll double your pay.
The actor who plays Cal Kestis is really,
Cal.
really good.
What's your score?
Seems like a cool
That
dude.
didn't hurt. Huh?
Hey, Asuka. Good to see you.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Get to work.
Okay, screw you.
This way.
Where did
Right
you...
behind you.
Can I kill the foreman? I want to kill the foreman. Let's have a, you know, can we form a union here? I'm assuming the Empire doesn't allow unions, unionization. I'm going to naturally assume. Ooh, Jonathan Groff as Agent Smith is great. He's not as, see, that's the thing is, like, I miss Jonathan Groff as, I miss Hugo Weaving quite a bit. Like, Hugo Weaving is the best. But Jonathan Groff did a solid job as Agent Smith
here.
in Resurrection. He's no Hugo Weaving though, so.
After you.
Sees the means of production game. That's a video I want to do too.
Will you look at that?
The workification of
Separatist
gaming
ship.
nowadays.
I haven't seen a Luke or Hulk in ages.
How there's been a distinct movement
Breaking her will be big.
by like corporations and different groups that have tried to like take gaming and actually sort of workify it and like put it into the capitalist model of like making you grind for work. Not just in the sense of like there are games like Assassin's Creed Odyssey which like forced grind into the game so that you would have to pay for the experience mod, which is the thing that always made me upset about Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I loved Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I thought it was actually a decent game. Not my favorite is the old Assassin's Creed games, but I liked Assassin's Creed Odyssey because it had it was just a good, decent game. Oh shoot, no! There's no workers' comp, I'm assuming. But like, the game just was, they artificially made that game so grindy in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and then to make it less grindy, you had to pay money to get an XP boost, which was absolute nonsense and extremely frustrating, and it really upset me about the game. And then that's just become worse and worse, and you see things like NFT games where people like have pyramid schemes trying to like mine NFT stuff. And like Square Enix's president like scoffing at people, being like, you play games for fun, and then you look at stuff like what they want to do with the metaverse down the line, which is like, oh, everyone's gonna go into the metaverse and we're all gonna be in VR headsets all the time as like an escape from reality. And I'm like, well, what they're trying to do is bring sort of capitalism, like the distanciation from us from our labor, into gaming, and it's like into the virtual world, and it's super dark and super scary, and I want to do a video on it. Anyways, I'm sorry I got super political on there for a second. It's just something I'm thinking about a lot lately, so apologies. I got a little political rant even before I got too drunk tonight, but it's just, I've been thinking a lot about it, like how video games have become more and more fit into this sort of like workification sort of thing.
Trash. Just not approved trash.
So, thank you for letting me do my quick little capitalist, my Marxist rant here on gaming. I could totally, that's another show I should. I've been looking at some shows to do retrospectives on. I think Pushing Daisy is gonna be the one I do first, but me political cast, right, Sarah? But that's another show that I forgot. Sliders. Sliders is a fun show. I loved the first 2 episodes of Sliders, or first 2 seasons of Sliders. I never watched past season 3 though. I'd heard it didn't really stay good after that point.
Easy there.
Just passing through.
Exactly. Capitalists hate when we have free time from which to extract money from us. I mean, that's what Matrix is about, right? Like, the original Matrix, like, everyone poo-poos the, like, oh, everyone's batteries in the Matrix. That doesn't make logistical sense. And yeah, sure, if you take the Matrix, like, literally, it, like, people being used as batteries makes no sense. There are better things to use humans for than batteries. And there are better batteries to use than humans. But it's a great metaphor for, like, capitalism, because, like, even when you're resting, in the Matrix, even when you're resting, even when you're home doing nothing, your body is still being used by the system for power. And so even your relaxation is labor, in some sense. And so that's why it's a good metaphor, like, such a good metaphor. Even though, like, logistically, people being used for batteries is dumb. in a literal sense. Andrew Clay, Jessie, tell us about your journey to anti-capitalism or anarchism. That's a longer story, Andrew Clegg. I mean, probably the most obvious answer is like, I think coming out as trans. I mean, this is why I like the Matrix movies. Is like that. I can go into more specifics later on, but I think in like a whole video, it might actually be worth a video to do. But like, this is something that I talked about in the Matrix Resurrections video that you'll all see soon, hopefully. Is that like, I feel that a lot of like being trans is recognizing that there's this system, this way the world works that is invisible to most people that you feel innately but can't put words to, like the system of gender. And so as I came out as trans, I sort of had that same sort of feeling. And then as I grew up too, I had that same sort of thing of like questioning, like, why are things this way? Like I have a distinct memory as a kid, like asking my dad, it's like, why do we like do these certain things? Like asking him about capitalism and him not really having a great answer to it. And I was like 10. I'm not saying like, oh, I was so smart, but just like this realization that like, why are things this way? And thinking about it. And so I can go into more specifics as I'm older, but
I'll meet you at the clamps.
I think that's just like part of why it is like just realizing that like I think gender came first. And then I started to realize, well, if gender is kind of a made-up thing and points to matter when we thought it was so innate and, like, part of ourselves. Like, because I used to describe, like, men are certain ways and women are certain ways, and maybe I'm just a woman because I'm trans and I'm certain ways, but that's nonsense. And so it's just interesting. And so I think that's sort of, like, that's sort of the vague journey. Again, I can get into specifics. I think, like, YouTube obviously being a big part of that, and, like, BreadTube and creators like, you know, ContraPoints and H-Bomber Guy also helped give voice to that, and like doing my own reading as well, I think is part of it. So, Adina, Azami, thank you so much. Love your streams, Jesse. Thank you for everything you do. Proud Patreon is free. Well, thank you. Welcome to my Patreon. I really appreciate that, my friend. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Mwah, mwah. Sending you love. And yeah, that's what I heard about Sliders, Lori. L'Oreal says Sliders got bogged down in later seasons, but loved the early seasons. That's what I heard for the most part about Sliders. That like it got kind of like overly blah in later seasons, like overly like kind of convoluted and like they lost all the main cast trying to get like the whole point of the series is like they're going to different universes to go home, to like get back home, and then in like later seasons like all the characters that were not at home were not there anymore, so it's like, why are they still traveling through universes? Is like what I heard. Again, I have not seen past season 3 of that show, so I can't speak to all of that, but...
Look, the ship cutter is here. There it goes.
I became anti-capitalist because I realized my life as a disabled person never be valid under capitalism. Can I produce at the same level as an able person? Yeah, it's a similar thing. Like, that's the one thing, like, I really was upset about, like, with that anti-work interview on Fox News, where it's like, you could talk about, like, how we're all forced to work, and, like, the r/anti-work person on the Fox News interview was asked like, well, no one's forced to work. And it's like, yes, we are. If you're disabled, if you're not able to work, then you are cast aside and devalued in our society. And so yes, we can quote unquote choose who we're employed by, and we can quote unquote quit at any time. But if you're not like, it's not just like you're working for one employer. It's the idea that all of us have to work, and if you are not literally working at all time, you are considered not valuable. And if you cannot work, you are considered a valueless person in our society, which is horrible, nonsense, and terrible. And so, yeah, I totally hear you, Corin. John Vinnels, Ari the Matrix. Sorry, I'll answer these super chats real quick, but I forget where I'm supposed to go. Can you guys tell me where I'm supposed to go? Where's the yellow thing? Where am I supposed to go here? Do I climb? Oh, I probably climb the rope that's in front of me. That would probably do that. John Vinnels, Re the Matrix. One thing I've always appreciated in Movie Bob's videos is when he acknowledges the limits of his own knowledge and recommends trans interpretation of the film to his audience. Oh, that's awesome. I haven't seen Movie Bob's review. I like Movie Bob. I've seen some review and think he does really good review. I haven't watched him a lot recently, but I appreciate that. That's always nice, where it's like, there's additional readings on this. But I also appreciate seeing... Here's the thing. While I appreciate, like, cis dudes saying that sort of stuff, and that's actually really great, that he's like, there are other experiences, seek out these creators to learn more about that perspective on this film, because it's an important perspective to talk about this film. I also, like, appreciate seeing perspectives of film from, at least, I speak as a trans person, I can't speak for any other minority, but as a trans person, for someone talking about trans art, I like seeing other perspectives. I'm like, what did they get out of it? Because I feel like I feel like what I appreciate most about The Matrix, and I talk about this in the video, is like, what I appreciate most is how the Wachowskis took the anxiety of being trans, the sort of understanding of like coming out as a trans person. They took that same feeling and they didn't make it like, oh, this is just a unique trans experience that only trans people can feel. They made it a ubiquitous feeling that every trans person can feel. And it was just such, it showed me that something that I've been trying to talk about a lot lately is that like, the trans experience is unique to trans people in the sense of like we feel this anxiety in terms of our gender, but in terms of like that anxiety about the world and our place in it and this feeling that there's something wrong with the way the world is, that's a ubiquitous feeling that I think almost every person feels in some way, shape, or form. And so I really appreciate seeing other perspectives on films like The Matrix for that reason. All right. And I agree, the Horizon VR world from Facebook Meta scares me, but I feel that way about Oculus Running VR that would totally block your vision. Anyone can come up behind you. Yes, yeah, Fada. I have a friend of mine who actually cannot do VR, specifically because like they have a very real fear of like they can't not be aware. They need to constantly be aware of their surroundings because of some trauma that they went through, which I won't speak to or say anything about. But they have a specific trauma that like they don't feel comfortable. They don't feel comfortable not being constantly aware of their surroundings. And so they just literally cannot do VR because they cannot not be aware of their surroundings at all times. So that's, yeah, it's true. Any thoughts on the mouse controversy? It was banned in yeah, I saw the mouse controversy, Alex. Yeah, I think it's silly. I mean, it's the thing that happens. Like, they're saying, like, well, we don't want to talk about... Like, the thing that school district said was, we don't want to talk about...
Take a look at this.
Oh, let me see this. Yeah, I'll just quick answer this since I was in the middle of it. The thing that school district says, like, well, we don't want to show, like, we'll want to teach kids about the Holocaust, but this book has nudity in it, which it's a book with mice and cats, so, like, nude mice. Like, okay. And it's just like, well, we don't want to show the horrors of the Holocaust. We want to talk about the horrors of the Holocaust, but we don't want to show nudity. And it's like, why is that the line? It's just the prudishness of our society. It's like, you're willing to talk about the Holocaust, but not nudity? The fact that people can be that all of us can be naked, but not the horrors of the Holocaust is like the line, is not the line too far. It's that people can be nude. And it's this prudishness and this sort of like uptightness that is used to excuse banning of books that speak to experiences that are necessary for kids to learn. Like, kids need to learn about the Holocaust so we don't let it happen again. And so there's this, like, there's some people I'm sure will actually be like, oh, I don't want my kid to see nakedness of weird, like, of rats. But, like, it's just actually used to hide things like Mouse, which is a phenomenal work that just deeply shows the horrors and the experience under the Holocaust that Jewish people faced. It's a fantastic piece of work. And so, yeah, it's very, very frustrating to see that sort of thing. And that's usually what happens with banned books. They find something inconsequential or small, like, you know, we want to talk about racism, but we don't want people to see the N-word in a book. It's like, those things are intrinsically linked, and you need to talk about that. And kids are resilient and can learn about that sort of stuff. But that's... Oh, Alex, I didn't see your next message where you said you fundraised $300 for copies for my students today. Oh, that's amazing! Alex, that's wonderful! Congratulations! Oh, and thank you so much for the super chat. Congratulations. And Major Duke, heart to you. Thank you so much for your super chat, too. I passed on VR because games are meant to be enjoyed sitting down. Thank you, Edward. I love my controller and keyboard. I will say, I do like some VR games. Alex, Half-Life Alyx is a top 10 game for me. I loved Half-Life Alyx was so good. One of the best gaming experiences in my life. And I just played it this past Christmas, and it's so good.
Real tragedy. Yeah, I've always said they couldn't all be traitors.
Yeah, maybe.
Guess it's just our lucky day. Empire's gonna get a lot of good material.
Oh, Andrew Clegg, I know that there are other motives for removing Mouse, but that's the one that they stated to the world, and there will be people that buy that. But yes, the real motive is to remove, like, teaching about the Holocaust from kids in, like, so you can they can perpetuate, like people in power can perpetuate that same sort of horrors today. Like that we remove education of that stuff, we allow people to not know about history so that it can be perpetuated again. So yes, you are correct, Angel Flag. But the stated reason is what like everyday people will believe.
You gotta move on and live your life. Find your destiny.
Oh, the rat. That's totally fine. Like, parents are allowed to make determinations of when they want kids to learn certain things. I just would argue that kids are more resilient and more capable of learning certain things than many people would give them credit for. Oh, Robert, sending you love. You are not allowed. Whoa, gosh, I forgot about this. Ah! This definitely does not have workers' safety. This is definitely not on the safety protocols. But yeah, Robert, you are absolutely lovely. I'm so sorry that you recently were laid off. You're absolutely wonderful. And oh my gosh, Sarlacc pit! Which, by the way, Sarlacc pits, horrifying, by the way. If anyone ever looks into the lore of, like, Star Wars, Sarlacc pits are like Eldritch Horror monster nonsense that is terrifying, and I love it.
I can't hold on!
No! Force time! Cause I'm a Jedi.
You okay, bro? I'm alright. Just pin down.
I do love that he gets caught as a Jedi for using force powers trying to save like a coworker. I think that's a really cool, like very based. This game is very based. Honestly, I think Jedi Fallen Order might be the best Star Wars thing that Star Wars has made under Disney. If I had to argue, possibly. You can make an argument for Rebels. I like Rebels quite a bit too, but I think Jedi Fallen Order might be up there for me. Or actually the final season of Star Wars: The Clone Wars, which was made under Disney. That's actually probably my favorite Star Wars thing under Disney.
We gotta move. Come on.
Yeah, Boba Fett does have the right policy to Starlight Pitch. Just murder him dead, Andrew.
Was that you?
Yeah, OSHA doesn't exist in the Star Wars universe or the Star Trek universe, but at least in the Star Wars universe, OSHA not existing makes sense. I feel like Star Trek should have better safety standards. Poor Worf getting his back broken, just because Starfleet can't afford like bungee cords. No, I haven't read Blood. I need to read more Star Wars books. I read a lot of the Legends books. I read Heir to the Empire and that series. And all that stuff. So I read like the Star Wars Legends stuff. I haven't read a lot of the the Disney Star Wars canon. I read I want to read the Thrawn books that came out under Disney. And then I read what have I read from Disney? I've read some of the High Republic, which I'm actually excited about. I need to get more into the High Republic books. I've read the first 2 High Republic books, and I think there's like 1 or 2 more of them that I want to get into.
Sometime now. I've never seen you do anything like that before. We've been through some hell together.
Hey, Super Desi, good to see you.
So, I know the risk that you took for me. I don't know how to repay you.
Oh, yeah, literally, do not. That's how you repay me. Literally, do not mention it.
This place, it's not safe.
Even though he's like not clearly not part of a marginalized group, like Cal is clearly not a part of a marginalized group. I do like the Jedi. It's interesting to see the Jedi. Maybe I like is the wrong word, but like it's interesting to see the Jedi as like a marginalized group, a persecuted group under the Empire, because they clearly have power, and I actually kind of like that idea of like using like marginalized groups are actually like amazingly powerful and can destroy the system. I mean that's what the Matrix does with Neo, is like Neo represents a marginalized group and actually can kick all the like the system's butt. And so I kind of like that for if you like sort of use the Jedi, but the one issue is that like many marginalized groups weren't like part of the system that created a fall into fascism in the first place, which the Jedi kind of were. They kind of enabled that, whereas like in real life, marginalized groups generally aren't like the arbiters of like space police and war criminals. So it's not a perfect metaphor, but I do kind of like it within the Empire context. Oh, the Yuzhong Vong were interesting. I liked, honestly, as controversial as the Yuzhong Vong were, I actually liked the Yuzhong Valkyrie Legends because here's my big problem with the modern, like, I have more problems with the modern Star Wars movie, but my big problem with the modern Disney Star Wars movie, the sequel trilogy, is that it was just doing the beginning trilogy, it was just doing the first trilogy again. Even Last Jedi, for everyone saying, like, it subverted expectations, it took the story a different way, it was just doing those beats and giving us a different outcome. I like the Last Jedi, I have mixed feelings on the Last Jedi. I like parts of it, I hate parts of it. But, like, it was still just doing a lot of the stuff that the original movies did, like The Empire Strikes Back bit, but just saying, but we're doing this one instead of that way. And so, what I liked about the Yuzhong Vong was that it was like an existential threat to the Republic that I wish that they had, because in the Disney Star Wars trilogy, it was just doing the Empire again. Like, why is everyone disappearing? Am I having a dream? Oh, this is a dream sequence. So what I really liked, and Rainey, thank you so much for the super chat. Heart to you, my friend. What I really liked about the Yuzhong Vong in the Star Wars books was that it was not the Empire again. It was an existential threat to the Republic. And so like, oh, we have a brand new fledgling democracy, and now it's getting threatened from the outside. Whereas the Disney movies are just like, let's just do the Empire again, and like, let's do the rebels again. And so it's like a put upon group fighting against the big fascist movement. And it's like, that's not new. What I liked about what I liked about the Yuzhong Vong was like, what if a new fledgling democracy is struck with an existential threat? Do they fall back into fascism because they are now threatened? It's like, well, we could just fall back into totalitarianism. It's what we know. And so that could help us fight back against these people, as opposed to holding on to those values. And so like that's what I like. Oh, Fada. So I'm not gonna do a whole Last Jedi discussion right now because that's a whole other can of worms. But what I will say about the Last Jedi, it has some of my favorite scenes in all of Star Wars and some of my least favorite scenes in all of Star Wars, which makes it a very frustrating movie to watch, because it's like, this is some of the best things I have ever seen in Star Wars, and also some of the worst things I've ever seen in Star Wars. I forgot about this. I've completely forgot that this was a thing in this game. Whoa! Man, it has been a minute, because I legit do not remember this at all. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah.
Mark well.
Now I vaguely remember this. This is the Order 66.
Only in the Force.
This is him having flashbacks to Order 66. Hi, Jesse. You still making an OnlyFans? I possibly might. Someday. We'll see. If I have time. Honestly, I'm not against doing an OnlyFans, to be quite honest with all of you. The biggest barrier for me doing an OnlyFans is time. I don't have the time to do an OnlyFans. But I'm not against, like, having that confidence in my body to do something like that. I don't know. I'm not against doing an OnlyFans, to be kind of honest with you. I'm sorry to tease everybody here. I'm not against doing it, but it's just like, I don't have time. Because I think there's actually creativity in doing, like, showing your body in that way. It would probably be like nerdy Star Trek stuff, like, the wonderful Sean Ferrick does, like, nude Star Trek, like, videos. Sean Ferrick over at Trek Culture does, like, nude photos where he does, like, in Star Trek cosplay. Inquisitors are so cool. And I think he actually does them, like, really artfully. So shout outs to Sean Ferrick. I think it's like, if I did OnlyFans, it wouldn't be just like, hey, I need money and here's news. And not that I, like, no shade on sex work whatsoever. I would just be like, oh, let's see if I can do some, like, cool things with, like, my body in Star Trek. Like cosplay. I think it'd be kind of fun. So.
We seek a dangerous fugitive. This is no
Mr. Krabs.
anarchist.
I'm sorry, I love the Second Sister, so I don't pause this, but I just want to get this super chat. Hey Jesse, big fan of your content, but also watching Clone Wars on season 6. But I'm stopping after that and watching episode 3, and then came to season 7. Yes, that's great. That's really good. I will say, I love the Clone Wars animated show. I love the final season that they released with the stuff with Ahsoka in that season. Meh. Well, in the middle part, but the first part with, like, Darth Maul and the Fall of Mandalore. The last part with Darth Maul and the Fall of Mandalore, and then, like, the first part with the setup for the Bad Batch is fantastic. And the last 4 episodes of the Clone Wars anime show, I think is probably some of the best Star Wars that has been made. Period. Full stop. It is so good, so good. So that's a good move. My rule for watching Star Wars. So what I'm like, when I have a kid, because I do want to have a kid, show them Star Wars. How I'm going to show them Star Wars, and I'm going to do, what is it called? I forget what it's called, but there's the viewing order. I would show them episodes 4, 5, and at the end of episode 5, when it's revealed that Darth Vader's his father, then you go back and watch 1, 2, 3 as a flashback, and then you can toss the TV shows in there as well, and then episode 6, and then you can toss 7, 8, and 9 in there as well after that. And then like Rogue One and Solo and everything as well in there. But that's how I would watch the original. Like watch 4, 5, then 1, 2, 3, then 6. So.
Of the treasonous Jedi Order.
Machete Order. Yeah, I like the Machete Order. I like that one a lot.
Over this traitor will result in a charge of sedition. Turn yourself in.
I don't know what I would name my kid yet. I have some ideas, like Kara. I always loved Kara from Battlestar Galactica. I wouldn't name her after Battlestar Galactica, but I always like Kara as a name because it's like vaguely gender neutral. And I think it's just, I don't know, Kara is just a nice name to say. Oh no, no, my friend.
I've been working on this heap a long time.
Oh.
Way before the war. We refit and rebuilt ships.
Yes,
That's
yeah,
the
I could.
galaxy.
Mr. Krabs agreed.
Then
Conan
came
is
the
a nice
Empire.
name too.
And engineers became scrappers.
Hell yeah!
The workers?
Stand up. We're gonna get a
Just started
workers
getting
fight for workers' rights. Of course.
We all know the truth.
I mean, the Sith are just space cops
Just-
here.
Too afraid to say it.
You're gonna get murdered, my friend. But
To the Empire. We're all just expendable.
based,
Yes.
very based.
You are.
Yep. You should have seen that coming. That was
Look
not.
at this. A lightsaber.
That was just not smart, my friend. But also very based. He was very based.
I found the Jedi!
Oh God! Katie, okay. I had a crush on Katie Sackhoff too. My 2 crushes as a kid were Katie Sackhoff, or 3 crushes. Trunks from Dragon Ball Z, Katie Sackhoff, and I'm blanking on her name off the top of my head. Hayden Panettiere. Hayden Panettiere from Heroes. Those are my 3 crushes as a kid. Alright, now I actually have to pay attention because I gotta not die.
They won't get the traitor. Blast him. He's hard to track. Got it. Contact confirmed. Shoot to kill. Get the target. He couldn't beat you. I can.
Boom.
It's him. He's alive. I sealed the...
My bestie's mom is also huge. I love. This is a good train sequence. Train sequence in video games are generally pretty good. Like going back to like, I think it was probably before it, but like Uncharted is always good. I don't know why. I had a crush on Hayden Panettiere when I was younger for many reasons.
One way out.
I was a hormonal teenager, a hormonal bisexual teenager,
Gotta
and
keep moving.
that's probably the only reason. Ooh, I didn't catch that. Ooh, Quentin, I didn't actually catch that. I mean, Star Wars is incredibly political. Everyone always talks about like, oh, Star Wars is political. Like, Star Wars is a metaphor for like the original Star Wars series is like a metaphor like for the Viet Cong. And like the rebels are like meant to be. Was it the Viet Cong? Well, it was meant to be like those sort of groups in the Vietnam War. So like it was incredibly political right from its start. Oh, I gotta do the tutorial thing.
You'll let your guard down soon.
Yeah, teenagers. Yeah, right? Dang tutorial. I'm just gonna have like a pile of bodies. Pile of bodies here. There we go. It wasn't that I had to actually do like the tutorial stuff, which is why it wasn't allowing me to progress. Oh, thank you, Morgan. By the way, thank you to the mods for catching some of the crap in the chat. There's a lot of bots. I'm sorry that there's been a lot of bots lately. I mean, I know it's not my fault, but it just sucks that there's a lot of bots. So
The fugitive comes this way. I'm ready for it.
he says right before he dies. What if Dante was a trans man and beat just for retelling it? I don't know. I actually don't know that, John. Apologies. Sorry for missing that. But yeah, I actually do not know what you're referencing there. Sorry, my friend. Aw. But I'm sure it's great. I mean, I love your ideas for like transgender reimaginings of things. So.
Can't get far. He moved. Stand the intruder. Trooper KIA. You and me, scum.
Rebel scum. Oh, I never played Dante's. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of the book. You're right. You're right. I mean, that makes sense. I actually, don't hate me. I have not read Dante's. I know the vague story of Dante's Inferno, but I have not read it from front to back. I was like, I need to play Dante's Inferno, which is a good game, by the way. From what I've heard, I haven't played it, but from what I've heard, Dante's Inferno is supposed to be a good game.
Stop
but
the train.
I have not read it, so don't judge me too harshly for not having read Dante's Inferno. I should. I have an English minor, and I have not read Dante's Inferno, so I am probably.
Gotta move in between bursts. Now.
I'm probably. You can all judge me. You can all judge me. That's totally okay. Aeronaut, good to see you. I actually saw Ragnarok's video on Dante's Inferno. It was very, very good. I think he did it very recently, didn't he? Also, Aeronaut, it's good to see you, my friend. How are you doing this fine evening?
Faster.
Ah!
Here. I'm ready for your trigger.
Oh, sucks to be you. Oh, that's always fun. I love it when TikTok or YouTube makes you question your gender, Mr. The New Guy 87.
Shot the coupling out.
I thought I had double jump, but I did not. Well, we didn't need the rest of that train, did we? I don't think so. I love how the train just keeps going, even though half of it's gone. Like, sure, the conductor's like, I'm sure it's fine. I'm editing slowly, working on the Matrix bit. I'm excited to see your Matrix bit, Aeronaut. I also, I hope you, I mean, I'm sure you don't mind. I re-edited my Matrix video to make sure I included a reference to your upcoming Matrix video. So the version that you saw of my Matrix video is a little bit outdated now, but I referenced your upcoming one. I'm excited to see yours, Aeronaut. Yeah, we're still driving half a train. Yeah, everybody was like, we got half a train. It's totally fine. Oh, shoot. Hey, we got friends. People I don't know, but we got friends.
We're here to help!
Who are you?
No time! Keep moving! We'll pick you up when we can!
He thinks you're early questioning your social to do a certain. Oh yeah, no, very true. I mean, I'm sure that. I mean, there's a video that I want to do where like I want to talk about like the connection between autism and being trans, and how also being autistic is used to gatekeep like trans identity from trans people. It's like, oh, you're autistic. Are you sure you're really trans? And I do also think like autistic folks are generally like more questioning of social and like just societal like structures, and hence why I think there is like a good overlap between trans people and autistic people. It's not because there's like more autistic trans people. Generally, it's just that autistic trans people, like autistic folks, are more likely to be more overtly and acutely aware of these systems. And so I think that that's part of it.
Come on, Jedi.
So yeah, I definitely think you're not wrong there, John.
We need to be wary of this one.
Yeah, we need to be wary of this one, I say, as I murder all of you with my lightsaber.
You can't beat us all.
I can. I'm just that good, my friend.
Have to slip up.
Ow. As I, like, die. Okay, fine. So if you want to pop, if you want, I can pop in and explain the misunderstanding of statistics that people have. Possibly, I need to figure, let me get, what time is it? I mean, oh, shoot, I'd love to have you on, but, well, I was gonna say, is it gonna let me, oh, nice. Yeah, you can pop on if you want, Aeronauts. I'd love to have you back on. I just need to set it up. Let me finish this section, and then I'm gonna go grab another beer, and then, so once I get to the boss fight, I'm gonna go grab another beer, and I can pop you on, Aeronauts, if you're still around. So just give me, like, what, we're like 10 minutes from the end here, not even?
What now? Train stopped?
Alright. I'm excited to see your animation. Oh, I keep forgetting I need to push the button to be able to climb. Gosh, this game is so good. I love this game. They did just such a fantastic job with it. Oh, sliding animation! It's like Guardians of the Galaxy, in love with the sliding animation. The hourglass. One of my best moments in cinema. Well, fuck this train, I guess. I was totally, I think I totally screwed it up. Thank gosh there's a cutscene though. Oh, shoot. Oh, ow. That hurt. Ah, he's like, what? I'm just trying to do my job here. What's going on? Hi. Get off of me, man. Alright, boss battle time. Hi, JZ Beast. Good to see you, JZ Beast. I can totally see that, John. Very much so. Thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Oh, second sister being terrifying.
I recognize that stance. Perhaps you had some training after all. Who's your master, Padawan? Someone I killed, perhaps? What Jedi gave their life so that you might live?
Boss battle time.
This is too easy. Scared, are we?
I hate pushing buttons quickly in games.
Get on board!
I forgot this. I ordered the chocolate tacos, but they have not arrived, Stuart. Amazon's taking a sweet time because I don't think they actually had them in stock. It must be like a supply or thing. But I did order them. They are there. No, they are coming. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Whew. Close. Oh. Oh shoot! That's pretty clever, you gotta admit. Oh, that's good. Thank you, just another listener. I like that, because button mashing always hurts my hand. I also know it's like an accessibility thing, too. Don't we all want tacos, Gina? We all want tacos.
Okay, shut that thing off and grab some seed.
Oh, Breeze, he's fun. Breeze is fun.
Thanks for the help. But who are you people?
My name is Sir Junda.
Button mashing
And
is the
this is my
worst. It always
captain,
it always
Reese
just
Rice.
hurts. It just
How you
never
doing?
feels good. It's
Yeah,
always
the
painful.
Manish is my ship, but you better pay attention to this lady here.
So, who are you?
Cal. Kestis. Who was that back there?
An Imperial Inquisitor. She's a Force user hunting Jedi survivors. And now that she knows who you are, she will not stop until she destroys you.
How do you know so much? And why'd you help me?
Oh, hey, Jedi Indiana Jones. Good to see
Trapped
you.
Imperial
I didn't see you
communications.
earlier.
We heard the Inquisitors were heading to Braca. So we made our move.
Oh, yeah? And what's the bounty on Jedi these days anyway?
That's gratitude for you.
Look, I get it. You've been surviving on your own for so long that it's impossible to trust anyone. And it's what's kept you alive. But this is about something bigger than just surviving.
Like what?
Oh, that's good. I like that games are
rebuilding
getting
the
better
Jedi
accessibility
Order.
features.
You too?
Agreed, Fada. Evil Dark. No spoilers, but
Anybody
Evil
else?
Dark Goth Janeway
we're not
hologram
big
in
enough
Star
for
Trek
you?
Prodigy was amazing. I loved her in
The
that.
Jedi Council?
I loved Evil Dark Goth Janeway hologram, which is like a mouthful,
They're gone.
but accurately descriptive.
So I'm all you've got.
Captain, set a course for Bogano.
Aye.
In the meantime, try and relax. Go, you're safe.
I could totally see that, Trevin. Just Fem versus
Now.
Butch. Though freaking like female Sith are always badass. Girl Siths, literally all badass. Like second sister, obviously, but then you have oh my gosh, why am I blanking? The Clone Wars. Why am I blanking on her name? The Clone Wars girl. The evil girl in Clone Wars who was Count Dooku's apprentice. I'm blanking on her name for some reason. But she was also badass. I'm blanking on her name though. Ventress, Asajj Ventress. Thank you very much, Admiral Paco. Loved her. Like Lady Sith, kind of my type. Not gonna lie. All right, I'm gonna pause here. I'm gonna go get another beer. Aeronok, are you on Discord? Because I can pull you up on Discord if you're on Discord. If you are on Discord, my friend, I can pull you up there, but you have to be on there. Where are you? Here you are. So you're gonna pull you up real quick. Give me a second to get everything set up here.
Hey.
Hey. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can play you up on the screen real quick before. How you doing?
I won't do camera just because I don't feel like
Gotcha.
going and making myself look nice.
Totally fair. Then let me just quick set this up. They should be able to hear you now real quick.
Oh, awesome.
Can everyone hear Aeronok? Let me know if you can hear Aeronok or not in the chat really quickly. I'm just adjusting sound stuff just to make sure everything works. Let me know if Aeronok can't be heard or not. Aaron, could you just say something real quick? Just let me know.
Hi, I'm talking so you can test the sound.
Perfect.
One, two.
All right. Let's see. Cool. I think everything. I didn't break anything. Okay. Cool. Yay. How you doing?
I am decent. I am tired.
I believe you.
My sleep schedule's been all over the place. I think it's because I've returned to. I'm back home, safe and sound.
I know you were doing with all that fun stuff last week.
Yeah. But I think there's a bit of a readjustment period because I have to get back to being used to no human contact, which is a time for sure.
Yeah, I know that feeling. It's as someone living alone. Sorry, I'm gonna turn down the gear in a little bit. As someone living alone, it's kind of sucked, and especially like Valentine's Day has got me like kind of down. I'm like, oh, this is great. Yeah, you know what I mean.
It's the I don't need a lot of social contact.
Fair, very fair.
But like, well before the pandemic started, I was pretty used to spending large periods of time where I don't leave the house just because of my chronic illness and stuff. I've talked about it in a video before. If you go look up my second video, I think I talk a little bit about it. So, like, I had a much probably easier time in some ways of adjusting to the pandemic than most people. Though I had a spectacularly terrible first month, and that's a whole very long conversation that I'm not sure I'm in the headspace for. But I basically was like, I had 2 project classes that semester, and everyone else in my projects, because the pandemic hit stuff, had a bunch of other stuff that was going on in their life that they just had no control over, and so it really like affected their ability to, you know, be a part of the projects. And I was like, I want to get our projects done properly and not lose a bunch of marks. So I was basically sleeping for 3 hours at a time, and then I would code until I'd get exhausted, and then I'd pass out for like 3 hours. And so I lost all track of like day-night cycle. I was kind of going completely cabin fever, like nuts. I basically just coded and slept. And that was not a healthy way to start the pandemic. And then I spent 4 months working on pandemic spread simulation research. So I had like a mental health stew at the start of the pandemic.
I think in some ways all of us
doing pretty well.
Mine was,
but
yeah. Anyways.
But
yeah, you said you want to come on to talk about the autism.
So autism and transness. So there's a weird misconception of a set of statistics that people take and they extrapolate information without like really understanding the context. So the number of out trans people that are autistic is disproportionate. Unless you look at age categories.
Interesting.
And there's a really simple answer for this. And it's pretty straightforward. It's that autistic trans people tend to come out younger. Which, I wonder what could assist in being more like receptive to breaching certain social factors affecting your ability to come out.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Well, this is the thing I was talking about earlier.
The thing is, it's like, if you think about how many young trans people, you know, how many are like autistic versus like, yeah, it's this thing of, yes, there is the factor of autistic people are more likely to question social hierarchies or be comfortable like going against social pressures in our life. But I think it's just a really important thing to understand that like that is not a like autistic people are inherently more trans thing. That is a society is built in an anti-trans way, and autistic people are less incentivized due to our marginalization as autistic people to care about losing social standing, because statistically speaking, we're more likely to already not have that social standing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like trying to get at earlier while I was playing. It's like I don't think autistic people are more likely to be trans necessarily. We're more likely to be out in trans because we're just more likely to recognize and like be able to like find the words and like be more cognizant of it earlier in our life. And so like I feel like there are honestly it's the same. Sorry. No, it's just it's the same thing where I think there are probably more people who are bi and some form of like, you know, using the Kinsey scale as a thing, which the Kinsey scale has its own sort of problems. But like there's certainly more people like with sexuality. I think the sexualities are a bit more, you know, nuanced as well than like our society allows people to feel and express, because we're like, you have to be straight or gay, and also to be gay is also bad. And so I feel like with transness and gender, it's very similar. I feel like a lot of people probably don't conform to like what we would say is like typical gendered norms, like in many different ways, but wouldn't articulate it as such because society sort of is built in that sort of anti-trans way.
Yeah, like, and I think it's really, really important to understand that, and I think it's really important to understand it with this like social context, because, and this is why I wanted to like come in and be like, hey, let's dig in a little deep here. Because if anyone's, I know you're aware, Jesse, but if anyone in chat isn't aware, there are certain segments of anti-trans stuff that is built off of this idea of trans people maliciously influencing autistic people.
Yep.
Which is partly ableism. It's this view of us as autistic people as being less capable of self-conception.
The infantilization of like autistic folks, like being like, oh well, you're gonna clearly be led astray and you can't think for yourself, and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And it's this thing of like not being able to think for ourselves. J.K. Rowling's hate manifesto, which we should call it what it is. It's a hate manifesto. It has been cited in anti-trans legislation. Like, if you have a problem with me categorizing it as that, you're wrong. I don't care. Like, I will not be debating. This is not something I debate on.
I agree.
I know you'd agree. Just I'm like being very clear to chat like my thoughts on that letter, because I ages and ages and ages ago. I was the voice for the video. I didn't write it, but the CritFacts team wrote a video on the hate manifesto, and it is one of the most egregiously saccharine like reinterpretations of concepts found in various other like hate groups manifestos that I've ever seen. It's disturbingly like capable of trying to cloak its outright despicable
that's
hatred
that's
is like
why,
polite.
Well, that's why her coming out as like a TERF is so incredibly harmful, more so than a lot of other people. Not just her platform, but that like she is a semi-decent writer and is able to obscure her intentions and her ideology behind like ways that make it more palatable to the mainstream. And it's what kind of TERFs do as well. Like TERFs in general are like weaponized by the right wing in order to like weaponize the words of feminism in order to promote inherently fascistic ideology.
Oh, that's like I literally just saw a thing on Tumblr like earlier, which is a bunch of different like older queer people being like, queer's our term, fuck off, baby gays, please go learn some queer history. But I noticed no one had actually like brought up the linguistic history, so I was like, I'm going to talk about this. But this is a TERF thing, right? TERFs have been trying to make it so that queer is a taboo term. And I was like, I cannot stress this enough. Queer's been our term for over 100 years. It was an in-community term before bigots tried to use it as a slur, and every instance of trying to make it unusable has come from groups like TERFs who want to pick our community apart. It's not gay as in happy, it's queer as in fuck you. And it's a fuck you to every group who wants our community dead. Don't fall for their nonsense. While the first written record of its usage in reference to a queer person was negative, its usage in community predates that first written record. It came over to America because of queer people. The concise New Partridge Dictionary of Slang cited it appearing around 1914 that it was derogatory from the outside but not from within. Even saying it's a reclaimed term would actually be erasure of our history. It's our word. To be clear, reclaimed terms are good too. I just hate ahistorical nonsense. All terms we use to self-refer inevitably will be used as an insult by bigots because, newsflash, they hate us for what we are. So, queer identities are inherently an insult in their mind. There is no such thing as being one of the good ones. You will never be acceptable to them, and appeasing bigots has never and will never work. This has been my rant. As I wrote that earlier, and I just immediately when you said it, I was like, I immediately thought of that thing that I just written out. Like,
also on a quick aside, I just want to throw some positivity in here. BD, cute little BD droid. I'm sorry, I love the little BD droid.
I love BD droids.
He's absolutely adorable.
When the BD droid showed up in
Boba Fett. Yeah, it's like, why is a cool little guy? I forgot to mention in my review, and I was so upset because I'm like, it's the BD guy.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same BD unit.
It's definitely different.
Well, I'm hoping it's not, because that would mean he got separated from Cal, and that would make me sad.
I do hope we get to see Cal in like one of the.
I really want to. I feel like
it's
the actor for a reason.
Yeah, especially like since they like used his actual face in the game, that makes it easy just to bring him into anything, you know.
Yeah. Exactly as Sarah just put in chat, if we stop using words they use against us, we will have no words. And that's the goal.
Mm-hmm.
They want us to have no words. Like,
well, that's the thing with, like, that's the thing we talk about with, like, I was talking about in the Matrix video. How do I get out of this menu? Where it's like the whole thing with, like, not, and also with, like, just we were talking about in general, it's like the inability to articulate stuff. And if you have the words to describe something, then you're able to actually enact it and, like, conceptualize it a lot better. Like, we think, like, just the whole thing is, like, the way we see the world is informed by how we're able to articulate it with language. We've seen that in numerous studies. And so, like...
Yeah, it's the Worf... What's it? Hypothesis. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. The idea that language restricts the way that we engage with the world. I don't fully agree with the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. I think it takes a little bit too far. I think what it's more accurate to say is that language allows us to engage with things we are already aware of in a communal sense. That without language, we are incapable of engaging with it as a community of people. We can only engage with the concept as an individual, and it becomes very hard to engage with it without having that knowledge, that language. Language has always been power, and if you don't believe me, just look at how fundamental the destruction of language is to colonialism. Every colonialist effort has, at its core, started by purposefully trying to remove the language of the people that are trying to be controlled. But here's a little thing about colonialism. 'Cause again, like all bigotry is interrelated. Colonialism is also fundamentally anti-queer and has often been about erasing diverse languages, engagements with concepts of gender and sexuality that exist outside of the white concept of that from Europe. So the destruction of understandings of gender in indigenous populations around the world, for example, right? Yeah, but you should actually look up like indigenous scholars on this specific topic.
Yeah.
But I want to note that like erasure of language is always coming from a place of power and control. That's the desire. That's the power behind it. That's the purpose.
It also erases culture, not just like in terms of not in just terms of like conceptualizing different genders or like hierarchies or way of thinking about the world, but also just like culture, just in general.
Yeah, it's to erase culture, and I think like language is probably the core of culture. You know, is to erase. Is to erase the people.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the intent, is to like just like create a dominant culture and also like erase the people if they can, like finding excuses and ways to do that, you know.
Yeah. And you look at like stuff like in Western countries when people move there and they're like, oh, you can't speak that language when you're here, right? It's to disconnect them from the knowledge and culture that they had, from before. Well, European societies didn't really develop it. It predates that, right?
Yeah.
We have to go a little farther back.
John, we're responding to your question.
John.
Yeah.
When I'll touch on cryptocurrency in a second, but I have nothing positive to say about it as a computer scientist.
Yeah.
So when we talk about like early concepts of binary gender, and it's kind of hard to track like where it first really originates, because it's not really the exact same type of binary gender that we talk about now. And like there are cultures that didn't have binary genders but still like reified masculinity in a way that we would probably see as similar. Certain Nordic countries, for example. But what's important is it's not just that it has to be binaristic. It has to be binaristic and tied to a specific view on sexual characteristics. Those Norse cultures that I was talking about, right? A lot of them did reify a performance of masculinity, but this is really important. It didn't matter what your body parts were.
Yes.
It was about the performance of masculinity. Again, often in an unhealthy way for sure. Like, but that's it's very specific and important to understand that it's coming from a place of that reification of masculinity that's still similar to things that we have now, but it's like it's not the exact same. When we talk about ancient history, it gets complicated. That's my little like it's complicated rant because it's. I mean,
it's everything is way more nuanced than we give it credit for in our world. And yeah, so yeah.
But the point is that we would first really see instances of like a binary gender in a more strict manner. I can't remember which era of Egypt it kind of becomes slightly popular, but really, like in any sort of meaningful way, we're talking about ancient Greece, pre-Roman Greece, and when we go from pre-Roman Greece into Rome, that continues, and there's also elements of it in like. Alexander the Great and the Macedonian Empire and stuff. Basically, binary gender has always been a part of empire. You can't really separate the concepts, which should tell you something about, like, again, restriction of ideas and ability to like view things and constructed hierarchies. Like it's all
gender is just creating a structured hierarchy, because when you binarize stuff and you're also like placing your number one placing them is like opposites of each other. That like masculinity. It's the thing that like Julius Serrano talks about. Like there's like two different types of sexism. There's like one that just sort of like is like, oh, women are better than men or whatever, but it's also like the idea that like there's they're inherently distinct and separate from each other, and they're completely different from each other, and then that sort of equates like value onto one over the other, like one is better than the other.
And just respond to something from chat. Yeah, no, like Hellenistic period Greece isn't exactly the same as what we're talking about, but it's important to understanding the pathway, like where it kind of begins, but it's not in the format that we think of it. But it's important to understand that like it is connected to certain things because you have to like kind of build up to discussing Christian Rome talk about binary gender. So pre-Christian Rome, there's a lot more flexibility going on, and again, same with like Hellenistic period Greece. It's more flexible, but it's still flexible within a fairly binary concept. A really good way of showing this is look at the way that gods are discussed within the cultures. If you go back far enough, you go back to like Mesopotamia, where we do have more explicitly.
I actually didn't think about that.
Discussed non-binary people, right? Like there are gods as well. Like it's all interconnected.
Well, there's the stuff with like we were talking about Norse before. I did the whole video on Loki and how like Loki wouldn't necessarily fit into what we would call like gender queer or gender fluid today, but like there's certainly different aspects of Loki's identity that we're very fluid in terms of like how we think about gender in many different ways.
Loki would take on different genders at different points, very explicitly. Within the same poem, Loki will be referred to with different terms within the older writings.
This whole video on that, and actually could get pregnant and like all that fun stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Like Loki is a complicated figure because it was the whole idea of shape shifting, and Loki is able to shift between all forms of things, not just specific aspects. But yeah, so we get into like Christian Rome is where we start seeing a more strict and I don't know if it's like what feeds into what, because I'm not a scholar on this. This is my specialization. This is just like I got special interest and researched a bunch of random stuff that I could find. And again, queer history, not super well.
Articulated. Mia Malta just did a great video on like looking back and like trying to find trans people in history, and sometimes how we like have a bias towards finding trans people in history when we wouldn't necessarily they actually weren't in everything. Did you see Mia's video on that?
I don't know. I might have missed that one, or it's been a while. My brain's just forgetting.
No,
should go
so
back
it
and rewatch
was her most recent one. So if you
Oh,
haven't,
okay, then I haven't seen it yet. I've got to go watch it.
I would very much recommend it to everyone. Mia Mulder just did a fantastic video about they're looking for trans and like queer characters, people throughout history, and how that we can definitely like find readings of that throughout history, but that also sometimes because there's like a desire to find that representation, that sometimes we will place sort of modern ideas of that onto people that would not have conceptualized themselves in that way. It was a really, really smart video. I would very much recommend it to everybody.
Yeah, I want to be clear. Like, notice that
I'm not saying you were doing that. I just think it was like
trans. No, and I haven't specifically used like a trans identity. I've just been saying that like they had a different concept of gender. It's you can't play like. Transness is a specific aspect created by the conditions of the society that we currently exist in.
For sure.
So they're like, so I have pointed out instances of like genders outside of a binary, but
I didn't mean to imply like you were saying something like that. I was just more just like Mia's.
I'm adding to it. Yeah,
dovetailed nicely what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, it does. But I'm just adding to it that like it's very complicated because we sit in the situation where it's like. Yes, it's a different. It's like it's got to be discussed in the terms of that system as best as we can translate them. And sometimes the best way to translate it is trans. The best way of describing it is trans. But it depends what period of history we're talking about.
Like language defining, how we talk about stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, and the limits of translation.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot about that toad. That toad's nasty.
Crap. I forgot this. Yeah, this thing is a pain in the butt. Except for it's not even the worst. There's like the bigger one that you have to face later on.
Yeah, there's the secret boss and stuff. You're not actually supposed to be able to like beat these things when you first come to the planet. That's kind of not like design intention. But
as opposed,
being an Dark Souls player, I was like, I gotta beat it.
Yeah. It's like I've been playing Dark Souls over the past like 2 weeks, and I'm just like, I can beat these things right now. But yeah, no, the game's like, no, you should die here.
You can beat them. It's just hard. Like you gotta be pitch perfect with like what you parry and what you attack and that sort of thing. But it is doable. I've done it before. Also, sometimes you can trick them to jump off the ledge and kill themselves, which is funny.
Oh, those are always the best. I love doing that in Dark Souls too. That was like, you're a really tough boss and. Bye. See ya. Yeah. Also, people are always talking about there is a little bit of Loki in all of us in every way.
But yeah, so again, we get into Rome, we get into a closer, but it's still not the same concept of gender. But there is an aspect of binary gender, and they start spreading that outwards, and that's where you see, and again, intrinsically connected to Christianity and its subjugation of womanhood, and it's like views on roles of what people are supposed to do. So yeah, there is definitely a connection there. And then as we go on in history, right, that's because of Rome, that concept spreads out into what will eventually be Europe. But again, like all of these things they evolve with time because society doesn't stick as one single thing. But that is generally the pathway that it has taken. Is it's brought through violence and a connection to an imperial power, whether it's been Roman empires or later colonial European empires. That's generally how it's spread outwards. When we talk about Europe and Africa and North and South America, I need to find good resources and teach myself, find good people who can teach me that are knowledgeable about Asian concepts of gender throughout history and how that works.
I don't really know much about that.
I don't know enough about it, and so I'm just going to say I don't know, and that's like, yeah.
That's the best. That's the only answer that you can give, and the best answer that you can give is like, you don't know, I don't know, I can't speak to it, so there.
So I'm not going to try to speak to something that I just don't know. And I would highly recommend a lot more people online who do stuff like Jessie and I get better at doing that.
and being like, I actually don't know what I'm talking about, so don't listen to me on this, and then I'm going to go and try and learn more, and you should too, and here's some initial resources that I have found that I think are decent on this topic.
Yeah.
That's usually the best, usually the route that I go about it. It's like, I don't know, but I'm trying to learn. Here's some things that I'm currently starting at, and I hope that it helps you. So.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm kind of at the point of, like, and again, a lot of this stuff is, it's even hard to find resources to begin learning.
Mm-hmm. Can I? Sorry, a random. Do you remember if I can wall run? I forget if I can.
To unlock wall running, but you have
why.
to get to it. Yeah,
that's why. Okay.
You're like right by the wall running unlock zone.
Okay.
It's like in this room, I think.
Oh yeah, it's between this thing. Yeah. Cool.
But yeah, it's this weird, annoying thing of like having to. I think people really struggle with. Yes, thank you, Bellamy. Yeah, exactly. Japan has a history of non-binary. And again, like I want to be clear because I think sometimes people. I noticed a trans woman say something that I didn't super love, and some people agree with it, and I think they were really getting it, where they were saying like, don't call any gender outside of the binary non-binary, and I was like, oh, you're doing the thing where you're thinking that non-binary is a very specific third gender that's like a restricted thing and not like a drastically large umbrella term.
Yep, there's like non-binary. When you say non-binary is like
with man and women, like it's not even.
Yeah, we like constantly say like, oh, there's like man, woman, and non-binary. Is like non-binary is like numerous genders and non-genders at the same time, and like it's a very like.
I refer to myself as a non-binary trans woman. Like I think that there's unfortunately just a lack of knowledge of what are again complicated gender stuff.
Like for me it's like I would identify as a non-binary femme trans woman demi-girl. Like there's so many words I could put on that like describe sort of my feeling of my own gender, and also gender fluid in there as well. Like it's so yeah. And I think, like, that's fine. Like, it's fine to, like, humanity, like, our identities and our humanhood is not static ever. So I think it's fine, like, to have multiple ways to describe ourselves.
Yeah, no, it's good. I think it's positive, and I think it helps. And, like when I first came out, I came out as non-binary, and I just thought, like, that's what I am. That's the entire describer of...
I got it. We did it.
I did it. I figured it out. And then I was like... Oh, I actually kind of like it when people use she, her, and refer to me as a woman at the same time. So I was like, how do I, reconcile those two concepts? And I was just like, okay, well, like I knew other people who were identified as non-binary women. I was like, I guess that does describe me then. Like it's complicated. I don't know. Gender's a fuck. But
that's a sentence. Like, put that on a t-shirt. Gender's a fuck.
Yeah, I'm not the person to bring that, like, invent that sentence. I've heard other people use it.
I like it.
I like that sentence. Gender's a fuck. Like, I don't know. So, yeah, but it's tough because when we're trying to explain these identities and these experiences, like trying to explain them through English words doesn't do a good job of really explaining them, right? Like it's not the same exact thing, and so you get this unfortunate result of just like not having the language again.
Yeah.
So you have to like explain in depth the language of the other thing. So like there's a lot of stuff that fits under that really large umbrella of non-binary isn't completely separated from the binary that some people think about it. It's literally anything that isn't very, very strictly a binary concept of man or woman, a very specific restrictive idea.
No, I mean, and I think like also like we discover it too as we go too. Like I came out as like a binary trans woman when I first came out, and then I've like over time have started to like be like, no, I still like to I enjoy being more like playful with my gender. Like it's why you're starting to see like even now like
Yeah.
in my videos, you start to see me like, I think what was the last video that I did where the Matrix video where I'm
playing
wearing,
around with
like I'm wearing where I have like the mask presentation and like I'm wearing suits and stuff and having fun wearing suits and things, which I would like not have been confident doing in the beginning of my transition.
Oh yeah. No, it's interesting. I think you and I have this like we went in reverse directions.
Yeah.
To meet at a very similar place.
Alexander Hagel, have a wonderful night. Sorry again, Chad. I'm missing responding to some of you, but I'm sending you love. You're all wonderful, and have a good night, Alexander.
I definitely think there's this thing that like I think as we move on that people are just going to realize that there are less strict places in between things. I was having a really good chat with Fantastic Mr. Fox, which people should go follow.
Also lovely on
stream the other day about just like confidence and identities and how more like cis people need to like play with their gender and learn to be like confident in what they are and know what they are, because like
that's what I really loved Foreign Man in a Foreign Lands video about gender, because what I loved in his video, and I'm not saying this because I was in it or in that you were in it, but like the thing that like really made me so happy. Whoa, hello. As I get killed here, was so happy to hear was that he sort of like, I've like always taken for granted that I'm like a cis dude, and so and also straight, and so he talked about in that video like how he just went on this exploration of like really questioning that and thinking about that, and his conclusion was at the end of it, yeah, I'm a cis straight dude, and that's totally fine. But like I just really appreciated him being like, but it was fine for me to explore and think about that and like and sort of analyze that critically instead of just taking it as rote. And I just, I really, really appreciated him articulating that, being like, yeah, I'm a cis straight dude, but I thought about it and like came around to thinking about what that means, as opposed to just being like, just taking that for granted from the day I was born. And I just really thought that was such a really insightful take by him.
Well, and in my experience, like, I find cis people like that like much, much easier to converse with and interact with in positive ways, because they get gender euphoria is the way I'm going to place it. I think that's the best way of describing it. They get gender euphoria because they've done the thing of like really examining and being like, oh, being manly in this way makes me feel good about myself, makes me feel like myself. You know, it's like, and if you've thought about that and you've understood that experience, the trans experience isn't that far off. It's just that we started with society telling us we were the opposite of the thing that makes us feel. Yeah,
it was the same
like
process,
ourselves.
but we found our gender euphoria as something different than the starting place was. You know, yeah,
what we were told to be, and I think it's like, we're not like it's also why I dislike the way that we often talk about gender dysphoria, because I think in a lot of ways it's a way of pathologizing transness as a uniquely separated concept and experience from anything else. But like body dysmorphia, the disconnect between the social view of what your body is and what you view your body is and what your body actually is, like that type of disconnect, that occurs in a lot of people, and it's always from a social factor, right? It's from society saying you should be this, but you're not. And like as someone who's struggled with body image issues because of my chronic illness, and I was a lightweight athlete for a long time, and so I've got but like there's like I have a weird issue with I can't eat very well because of my chronic illness, and so I often struggle with like keeping myself up to a healthy weight. I can often get into like really, really unhealthy weights. And so sometimes I feel like this like drawn in like skeleton, you know, and it's like, I'm not, but at the same time there's that. And it's like, so I have these like contradicting, yes, Sarah, that would be great.
Sarah, this is something that I wanted to talk to you about at some point too, because I actually want to do a video on my own sort of issues with that, because, you know, I used to weigh 300 pounds, and then I sort of was able to lose a lot of weight. Well, the best way I want to describe this is I have my own relation to food that is different from like you as well, from what you're describing, but it also like relates to my own sense of body and self in a different way. And I want to do a video on that, but it's like my experience is only my own, and I think there's a lot of things to discuss with that as well.
I want to touch on something from chat, because I think someone's really misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, one second. While you're doing that, I need to pee. Sorry, apologies.
Oh, yeah.
I need to pee real quick, so feel free to just take over for just a hot second. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Someone, Olam Drab in chat said, actually, body mismatches are not all in people's heads. They're physically neurological. I never disagreed with that. What I was saying is that it comes from the effects of society telling certain things to us, right? A lot of our neurological conditions come from things that happen to us, right? Our brains take in the world around us, right? Like, I have PTSD, okay? My trauma is not just something that's in my head, like you're talking about, right? It is a thing that stuff that happened to me, right? Is physically grafted into my neurological body, right? Because people have this idea that our like neurological states don't get reflected in our physical body. But like when you're stressed, for example, like this is a really simple example of how much like mental state connects with the body. When you're stressed, for example, you can actually measurably show how it affects the body, like significantly. So you are 100% right. It's not all in your head, because when we experiencing things, neurology is experiential. Yeah, creation, reemphasis of pathways. Exactly. Like, so, it's in our heads, and it's physical and biological, because they're not separate. This idea of like the mind and body as a separate entities that are completely disconnected comes from certain things.
You still there?
Oh, yeah. So like I think that a lot of aspects of dysphoria are to some degree from societal influences. And anyone who thinks that transness is purely defined off of dysphoria doesn't know a large number of trans people, because I know trans people that don't experience dysphoria, that they experience the reason they know they're trans.
Gaming. Have a good night. Bye. Have a good night. Sorry, I like to try and wish people good night before.
Please.
Apologies.
That are and I want to be clear, there's still going to be people, regardless of how much we change society, that are going to experience a mismatch, like in a negative way, between what they want their body to be and what they feel their body should be and what they experience, right? There are people who experience dysphoria without like any sort of societal factors really pushing it on them in any meaningful way, right? Like that does happen. I
experienced that. That's why I got gender confirmation surgeries and still want to get more like that. That like some of that. I mean, like some of that I'm well aware. Like there were like I to a degree am conscious of the fact that some of my gender dysphoria is related to like facial feminization surgery comes from societal factors, and I'm well aware of that fact. Whereas something like my vaginoplasty is something that was much more like that was probably influenced in some way by societal factors, but was much more of an internal sense of self with my own body, as opposed in relation to my own body, as opposed to societal factors.
So I want to be clear. I'm not saying that like nobody experiences dysphoria just like outside of the social. What I'm saying is that we can't really understand how much is societal factors and how much isn't in the current society we exist in. It's impossible to disentangle them because I would make a guess that most people who like a large number of people who experience different forms of dysphoria, not just gender dysphoria, but various forms of dysphoria, would experience it to some degree, regardless of the societal factors, but that we can't really disentangle how much of that is caused by what?
Yeah. While you're doing that, actually, I love this cutscene, so I'm just going to put up the music
go ahead.
real quickly. Because I want to watch the cutscene with everybody real quick. If this is the cutscene. It's a Jedi exposition cutscene. I always like that exposition cutscenes. I don't know, Paco. What was? Oh, I didn't see.
I apologize. I don't understand what you're trying to say, Olam.
I think a lot of the debate makes the medical issues too vague and defensive in the name of being inclusive of a lot of people that shouldn't be coerced about gender roles. I'm not entirely sure we're saying either. Owen, exactly. Nobody should be coercing anything, but we should be also careful of that narrative just because there are people that say that like trans people coerce. Like there's the whole like detransition thing that TERFs utilize is like, oh, detransitioners exist because they were coerced by the horrific trans agenda into getting surgeries that they didn't need and things like that, when they're like, not to say that detransitioners don't exist and like we should also like care for them, but that's overblown and also like not the case. And also
detransition's complicated because the vast majority of people who detransition will transition again later in life due to societal factors. So actually determining how many people are detransition in any sort of meaningful long-term way, it could range anywhere between 0 and the current percentage we know.
Exactly. Yes. But yeah, I just thought the point that I guess going back to what Owens was saying is that yes, no one should be coerced into anything, and I can't say for sure that it never happens, but what I would say is we need to be careful when we discuss that because like it does not happen as often as like the predominant narrative says it is, and that narrative is used to further very harmful movements against the LGBTQ community. So
yeah, I'm just gonna go on issues with those who are. I never said that you can negotiate away body image issues. That's not what I said at all. I said that society makes body issues worse. Like, you're not. Maybe I'm not like explaining myself well enough, or there's been a disconnect in the language, which is totally fair, and that'd be a failure on my part. But
we're also live, and I'm playing again. Like it's
like but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're understanding what I'm talking about, Olam, and I'm sorry. I clearly have failed to express some aspect of it. But the point I'm trying to make is that we can't really know how much of dysphoria is caused by societal factors. And
talking more about gender theory than medical needs being my point.
But I am talking about gender theory. I'm talking about the fact that like our experience of gender is affected by societal factors, which is kind of core to understanding any gender theory.
Yeah, I think that we also shouldn't like over medicalize. Like that's because the trans medicalism is all about over medicalizing gender stuff as well. And I think like there are like again, I am someone who have had many gender confirmation surgeries. And so like there's an aspect of like medical needs and like getting hormones and things like that, and the medical needs of trans people. Like if you're also talking about like that trans people's bodies are not understood for just basic medical care, that is also 100% true. And Ulysses the Pig, I see your super chat, and I'll talk about that in a second. So like there is basically like medical needs of trans people that are not met because our bodies are not understood 100%. And there are also aspects of like the trans experience that are medicalized in terms of like for me being like someone who wanted gender confirmation surgery or required gender confirmation surgery to remove my gender dysphoria. But also there are people that don't require any like specific medical needs but are also fall under like what we categorize as a trans experience. There are people that don't require anything. They don't need hormones. They don't need gender confirmation surgeries, but they are nonetheless trans because they also they wish to socially transition. They used to present differently in numerous different ways. So
yeah, and like the point I'm trying to make is pushing against the medicalist concept that dysphoria should be the defining factor of transness.
Yes,
I'm saying that I don't think that dysphoria has that. Like, I think that defining transness off of dysphoria fundamentally comes from a cis narrative about our bodies, and it's trying to define us off of the trauma they inflict on us.
And just to switch gears a little bit, because I just want to touch upon
please
Ulysses the
do.
Pagan right here. So Ulysses and Aronach, please feel free to join in. Number one, Ulysses, I'm sorry we paused the game because I will get to this cutscene because I love this cutscene, but I just want to answer this question really well and just address it. Ulysses, first off, congratulations on you and your girlfriend getting back together. I know you two were having trouble, so I'm glad to hear that. Number one. Number two, when it comes to like infidelity, I think I don't think there's like an overpowering issues. Like everyone's gonna have their own experience with that. Like I will say that like people from marginalized groups sometimes might have additional trust issues when it comes to relationships, just because of how many people in marginalized groups are treated within that. But it's not like it's always like, well, we can talk about that in like a generalized communal sense. Like it always comes down to the individual person and what that individual person is dealing with and feeling with. So when talking about you and your girlfriend, I think it's probably going to be more helpful to not necessarily think about what you're both feeling in terms of like, oh, because she's trans, she's going to have some more this type of your feeling about that sort of thing. I would say that more just deal with her as a person and sort of like see what her experience is and why she's feeling that certain way. And I think also too, when it comes to that sort of thing, it's just being honest and open with everybody so that everyone like is aware of where everyone's at and what happened, and it can make consent issues with their own body and their own determination of stuff. Mm-hmm. But also you're not obligated to like reveal certain aspects about your own history with someone else. Like there's we can talk about the nuances of that in certain ways, like the discussion of like disclosing if you're trans with someone else or something like that. But at the end of the day, I think the specific question that you're asking, Ulysses, I think just speaking to that specifically, I think just deal with your girlfriend as a person and sort of what she's feeling. So
and just to cap off that previous conversation, because Olam said, I think people's internal experiences of their bodies doesn't change whether people are mean or nice about conformity. That's provably untrue. We know for a fact that people's experience with their bodies and understanding of it, and I can talk from my personal experience, but I can also talk from like the actual research on this stuff, is heavily affected on the ways that people talk about and affect you, and the way that society talks about bodies and things. And we can look at, for example, research on eating disorders. For one example, because I would say that's the easiest to find significant amounts of evidence of the effect that society has on someone's internal experience of body stuff. As a coach, we spent a lot of time making sure that we understood how to not encourage negative viewpoints of the body, because it can have significant mental health problems for athletes if they develop disordered eating and things because they're trying to be a lightweight. I was a lightweight athlete. I worked with nutritionists and psychologists to make sure that we didn't fucking get into that type of mental health issues. My mom was a lightweight athlete back in the day, and she has some issues because of her experiences with being a lightweight athlete and stuff. Our conceptions of our bodies are always going to be somewhat, to some degree, affected by the way that society tells us we are to view them, right? There are plenty of people who have experienced trauma around viewpoints around their body that affect the way that they can view and understand their body for the rest of their life, right? Divergent anatomy. I don't understand what you're trying to say. I'm sorry.
Why don't we just put it? Just
this,
because I think this is a good conversation to have, but I also don't want to like. I also don't want to have it be.
People.
Yeah, I don't want it to be like become an issue of like going back and forth and us not being able to like clearly articulate, because like Owen is not able to like directly type and respond to you as quickly as we're all feeling. So
totally. No, so, I want to clear. I'm not like trying to debate. I'm just trying to explain a.
No. And I am. By the way, I want to say I second everything that you're saying. So you're totally fine. We're just gonna put a cap in that, and just want to just affirm everyone is wonderful and amazing. But yeah, we're just going to put a cap in that. And I do second everything Aronach has been saying on that matter. So.
Yeah.
We'll leave it there, Owen, for the night. Also, Geek Filter. More in the Pikeman. By the way, can we also Geek Filter? By the way, I wanted to say, wait, Geek Filter, can I? Sorry, this is an aside because Geek Filter's in the chat. Can I say the thing that you're working on that you sent me a picture of? the thing that you sent me a picture of looks amazing, and I think I responded to it, but I didn't hear back from you. I think it looks really good. But Geek Filter, I hope you're doing well, my friend, because I know you're dealing with stuff. So hard to you, my friend. Anyways, sorry.
No, you're all good.
Alright, I'm gonna quick start this cutscene because I've been wanting to start it.
Yeah.
Poor Cal's just like hanging here and be just like,
there.
what's going on?
I'll be quiet.
Oh no, you're fine. I want you to have your conversation. I just want to see this cutscene. Here we go.
You alright, BD?
Also, who is this actor? I recognize this actor from somewhere.
So he played the Joker's plural in Gotham.
Yeah. No, not Cal. This actor.
Yeah. That actor is in The Mummy.
That's
a
it.
few other things.
Yeah.
But I think he's like the librarian in The Mummy.
Yeah.
But he's been in a billion things. That's just where my brain goes.
He's one of those actors that just know everything. Anyways.
Eric Avari. He's been in. Let's see.
Braytac! That's just another broke nerd. That's
Braytac.
Braytac.
Yeah. I can't believe that's not what I thought of as a giant SG Wonder.
Yes, just another broke nerd coming in with the win here. Braytac. He's freaking Braytac. That's who it is.
Also another test. I can only trust this hologram to someone who is following.
Is that Braytac or is it?
No, that's 90%. That's Braytac. Yeah.
The hidden tubes of the three stages.
The teal.
I know why I got confused. Because I confused him with Eric Avari, who's the actor for Kasuf in Stargate SG-1. My brain thought of Stargate and then it thought of Mummy.
Yep.
And they both have a very similar voice.
That's true. Yeah.
Like it has a similar cadence to the voice.
And may the force be with you.
What's that? Sorry.
No, it's all good. I love that Braytac teaches him.
Braytac, the actor who plays Braytac he's just a good like teacher dude.
Yes, you were someone I was supposed to
Yeah.
meet.
No, I kind of love that he's been that in both things.
I love these two too. Just Cal and BD is just sweet.
You know, I've been alone for a while now. Without any purpose, just hiding.
With my perfect hair.
It's no way to live. Not for a Jedi. Or a droid. Maybe Seal was right.
Cal is
Maybe
ridiculously
we're done hiding.
perfectly haired in this game all the time.
I love how it's just blowing in the breeze just slightly in a perfect way.
Well, it's just funny because if you were actually running around doing the stuff that Cal was doing, it would just look like this mess that's covered in mud.
Covered in mud and everything. But that's just like Star Wars in general. Like everyone's just like would be like right now I'm literally walking in like a muddy swamp.
Well, the only reason it sticks out is that the rest of Cal is dirty, but his hair is perfect.
Yep, and he's also like a big redhead, which is funny. It's just like perfect. It's just like a perfect red hair, and it's beautiful. He's a beautiful man, is what I'm saying. I'm here for Cal Kestis. Let's do the Cal Kestis standing.
As he rolls it through mud.
Yeah, he's like going in this hole, and watch, you're gonna come out perfectly. Oh, look at that perfect hair. Not a scuff on it.
I think I found what you wanted me to see.
Sounds like this.
Right? Who wouldn't love hair like that? Yeah, of course. That's the force power that we get in this in Star Wars. Is like force shampoo. What Admiral Pac was saying. Oh God!
It's prestidigitation. It's prestidigitation.
I forgot that there's giant. Ah! Okay, I feel like I'm significantly better at this game having played Dark Souls.
Oh yeah, like
this is
totally
nothing
different experience when you've played something like Dark Souls because it's designed to be played by a wider array of people.
Which by the way, like that oh shoot, the bed of oh no, ow! I say that as I'm about to die. The bed of chaos in that game was so annoying in Dark Souls.
I love Dark Souls, but it does have a problem of like doing stuff that like it's a game designed for a community to build a walkthrough of as a collective action, which is cool. I do love that idea, the like sort of disparate connections between people. Oh right, cryptocurrency thoughts. Yeah. Watch Dan Olsen's video. There's my thoughts.
That's yeah, I agree. The one thing I will say that Dan Olsen's video, perfection. Everyone should watch it. It is like required. It is required viewing. I legitimately think it's like required view for anyone on it.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I feel like he missed, well, not missed, but like it was a 2-hour video. He can only focus on it so much. Is he spoke a little less on like how corporations have kind of glommed onto it and trying to make it a thing. He spoke much more about like the internal cryptocurrency communities and then also like the inherent issues with cryptocurrency, but also like how like what was it, like 2 days ago the people behind Ubisoft like were just like people at Ubisoft was like, well, gamers just don't get NFTs, and I'm like, oh, that's an attempt. That's some, you're throwing out some power energy that I don't think you've earned there, my friend.
Well, what I love is that
Ubisoft.
everybody who actually understands the technology is like, no, this is bad. Except for like the 10 grifters that want you to buy in on their grift.
Well, it's what I was talking about. I don't know if you were at the beginning of the stream, but we're just talking about like, I mean, and Dan spoke about it in his video, is like the goal of NFTs is to like monetize literally everything, and it's just like this capitalization of internet, like trying to figure out like, I mean, in many ways, like we should have just seen NFTs as inevitable in the sense that like, you know, there's been constant attempts to like monetize every aspect of the internet, and NFTs are just a way to like the inevitable conclusion of that. And so I think honestly it's probably like in the short term it's like a horrible thing that like NFTs are like so broken as like a technological tool, but in some ways too I'm also kind of like glad for it where like how obviously horrible they are, because it allows us to like, I feel like this would have happened no matter what, and so it's sort of like, well, because they're like horribly done, we can also like be more cognizant and push back against this sort of capitalization of this type of like, we like, do we need to monetize every freaking GIF, like the whole thing with what was it Konami, who was like selling the like Castlevania GIFs, like, oh, you own the animation in the old Castlevania games, and I'm like, do we really need to monetize animations in a game? Like, it's just the attempt to monetize every single thing.
What are you buying?
Yeah, you're not buying anything. You're not buying anything. Like, the game's gonna still exist regardless of you. You can like, oh, if I spent like $1 million buying that GIF and I play the game, it's like other people are gonna play the game and still see it. Like, I don't like, you're buying nothing.
Well, and that's the thing. It's, you are buying nothing. You are buying
bragging rights, essentially.
Yeah, like a bragging right. It's truly just nothingness. Like you are buying something you could just have for free, and like haha, press right to saves. But also like, while NFTs suck, I think the important bit to really take from it isn't just that NFTs suck. It's that cryptocurrency is terrible. At its core level, like, it's not like NFTs are such a like ridiculous, hilarious, obvious demonstration of how terrible cryptocurrency is. But like, and I cannot stress this enough as an artist with a lot of artist friends, NFTs are not liked by any artist I know. There's like 10 artists who've jumped on the grift and like a couple hundred that have been screwed over because they jumped on the grift. But for the most part, artists really don't like this grift that is really bad for us.
Yeah. Like,
and our stuff gets stolen all the time.
Yeah, because people were selling and also like people like destroying like things of real value. Like, people are just saying, like, there are people in the NFT community being like, well, like, things digitally will become more valuable than physical goods. I'm like, no, I feel like as, like, things become more and more digital, the value of physical goods will get greater, you know? What is happening right
I
now?
have some interesting stuff to say about this, just because I've spent the last couple of days adding to my script by really digging into Baudrillard and some other philosophers and stuff. So in Simulation and Simulacra, a lot of
Thank you, Super Desi. Sorry, I just was...
a lot of like I think it's an extension of some of the aspects of Simulation and Simulacra. This idea that the map has overcome and outlived the territory, as it were. So this simulated this fake version of a thing to these people is more valuable, more real than the real item, to the point of wanting to destroy the real items.
Yeah, with the
to validate the simulation.
Was it a copy of Dune? Was that the one that was
No, like there was a thing I saw today where the idea was that like you buy the NFT and then you get like to destroy the physical version of it, of this piece of art.
Yeah, someone did that with it was like a first edition copy of Dune or whatever that they bought. Maybe it wasn't Dune, maybe it was something else, but it was like a first edition copy of something. They're like, well, we bought the NFT, so now we're gonna destroy this like priceless freaking thing because it's gonna make this more valuable. And also like their misunderstanding of what they had bought. They're like, well, now we bought this thing, so now we can like go and like make like adaptations of it and things. Like, no, you don't own the rights to Dune or whatever. I forget. It might not be Dune. I think
it was a Dune like art book or something, and they thought they had the rights to the film.
Yeah,
it was wild.
It was weird.
And they were like, "We're gonna make an NFT TV show." And I'm like, "No."
It shows like people don't know what they're buying and how much of a scam it really is.
Okay, good. Yeah, it was the art book of the Jodorowsky.
Okay, thank
Dune.
you. Yeah.
No, but like it's layers of this stuff. It's the different differentiation between the simulation and the real is non-existent. Yeah.
NFTs suck. And it's just
that's the conclusion.
Yeah, and I just the thing that disturbs me most, is going back to what I was talking about earlier in the stream, which was like the monetization and workification of every aspect of now the digital world. And I was speaking about like I want to do it needs to be a longer essay, but I want to do a video on like how like as we start to see this like world where like companies like Meta, formerly known as Facebook, and like all these other things are attempting to like make this metaverse thing happen where we go into this virtual world more and more and more and more and have it Ready Player One-ify everything, where it's all like everything is going to be monetized. They want to monetize every aspect of that so that like it becomes work inside the virtual world. Like you look at like NFT games where it's like people doing that sort of like that pyramid scheme thing. It's like those people are showing up for a job. They're showing up for a job to play an NFT game. And that's what metaverse really is going to be. It's not going to be this like utopian world that we all escape into. It's going to be another like capitalist hellscape. And how like, and what's interesting is like I almost had a whole diatribe about this within my Matrix video, but I was like, this video is already too long. But it's like the weaponization of nostalgia with like the discussion of how nostalgia is used in the Matrix Resurrections, and discussion of how nostalgia is used to like perpetuate the system of capitalism. And then you look at something like Ready Player One, which like it's like that book. I actually like find Ready Player One fascinating because that's a book that gets so close to actually understanding these things. Like, but then it just stops at like, but like isn't like referencing this nostalgia stuff cool? But it's like, but you're actually hitting on a great point in that book almost where it gets to the point of like that would. Like how Ready Player One presents the world is how that would happen, is like we just get lost in all this nostalgia because the system like wants to perpetuate like you looking back instead of actually living in like the capitalist hellscape that you're currently living in. But the book doesn't do any critical self-analysis of that.
Well, to bring this around again, it's literalization, the manifestation in a very literal sense of the concepts that Baudrillard is discussing, this deconstruction of the space between the simulation and the real. And like when I make my Matrix Resurrections video eventually, it'll be a while, but when I eventually make that, that's something I'm definitely gonna bring up, is that so Baudrillard's main contention with this is a tiny teaser for like one thing I mentioned in the
Tease it.
in my Matrix is intrinsically trans video. But Baudrillard's primary contention with the original Matrix film is that it focuses more on demonstrating the Platonic concept rather than his modern version of the problem of the simulation. So the Platonic concept being the Plato's allegory of the cave. You know what? I should probably just like read the bit because it'll sound way better than me rambling.
Your readings were actually excellent last week. I'm sure maybe Chad will disagree, but I love your readings. In fact, I actually am calling you out. I'm filming my I might show this off later on tonight. But I filmed part of today my video on like problematic creators, and I actually referenced your like written bit. That you read out last about cancel culture and sort of like how that inherently.
If you want me to send you the tweet so you can like directly quote it.
Oh, please do, because that would actually be excellent. Because I was actually just gonna like
I'll read it out. Like, I will happily read my own tweets or
I was actually just gonna like play as like, and Aeronox said this, and I was just gonna like play the clip from the
oh
stream.
yeah, go ahead.
But if you wanna like read it out and like I can just show the tweets, that would actually be great.
Yeah, because I can record it nicely. I'll record it nicely.
Please do. I would actually love that. That would be great, and I'll reference you.
So my bit about the allegory of the cave. The Matrix is in part a modernization of Plato's allegory of the cave. In the allegory, if someone was placed in a cave from childhood such that they can only look at the wall and only ever saw the shadows of objects from a fire casting light on the cave wall from behind a short wall, where the captors could move puppets across without showing their forms, the prisoner would believe the shadows on the wall to be reality. Neo, and any trans egg, is the prisoner and crossing the threshold out of the Matrix, where the prisoner, or Neo, or the trans person, is unshackled from the cave and able to exit and see a new perspective on reality. Baudrillard commented on this, saying, the most embarrassing part of the film is that the new problem posed by simulation is confused with its classical Platonic treatment. Which would be true if the film's primary purpose was a pure representation of his philosophy, but as it engages more with its queer allegory, it maintains this more clear division between the out and the closet itself, as the artifice of cis heteropatriarchy is, to some degree, a much more neatly divided simulation to a queer person than the maps which have surpassed the territory as discussed in Baudrillard's work. Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Dense philosophy. This video has everything.
It's good. I love good philosophy videos. I mean, we were talking about Dark Souls videos. I literally watched a 3-hour video earlier this week of the philosophy of the original Dark Souls game. So I love it. So please, I'm excited. I cannot tell you how excited I am.
I'm trying so hard to keep this video from getting too long because I probably could have turned that into like a multi-page discussion.
Pull a Jessie Gender. Make it 3 hours. Do it.
It's gonna be like an hour and a half probably once it's done, because like especially because I end on a big long musical number that
oh my gosh, I am very excited. I'm so excited.
Molly Noyes and I have cooked up some incredible stuff for the music for this, and
hell yeah.
But there's just
also just quick thing. Theo, I put this in the chat, but Theo Wilson, I don't know if you were referencing that it's actually your birthday, but Theo, if you are officially 37 today, I know that's you're saying like, oh, 37, but happy birthday if you just turned 37, my friend.
That is my toning it down French accent, because I can do it, like if I practice a little bit, I can do a legit French accent. I was in French immersion. I've heard French accents my entire life.
We are French. It is fine.
Oh no, please don't.
Oh, I'm going to be offensive. No. It's fine.
So yeah, like I'm really happy with my discussion of the Baudrillard stuff in this. There's a bit way earlier, like there's this one section that I'm really happy about when Neo. So I'll just like read a little bit. I just want to talk about this so much, and it's like actually driving me nuts.
Believe me, welcome to the world of a content creator. Like my audience knows, and I think I'm going in a giant circle right now, by the way, in the game. But but like my audience knows, like half the time on streams I'm just like, I just filmed, and I'm gonna do it later today. It's like, I just filmed a cool thing. Can I just talk to you about the cool thing that I did? And they'll be like, yeah, sure. Speaking of which, like half the reason, like sorry, this is just an aside, and I'll sort of let you read. But like half the reason that my hair is tied back right now is because like earlier today it was all like I just died. It was all like white, like this. All of this hair is like brittle and nasty because I had like makeup in it all earlier today. If anyone's on my Twitter account, I literally made myself to look like a marble statue today, which was a lot of fun.
Cool.
Can I actually show that off? Can I chat? I want to show this thing off, but also I want you to read your thing, Aaron. Can I show off a cool thing now that I've died in this game really quick while you say your thing? I want to pull it up while you do your thing, and then I want to show off my thing. But my thing is less important than your thing. Your thing is mine. Just like I put on makeup, cool.
Well, while you grab that, I'll read the thing. So for context, the format is that I'm going through chronologically through the entire film. There's one or two points where I have to like discuss a thing from another part too, but like for the most part, I'm just breaking down every single scene, and most lines of dialogue. Because the majority of lines of the dialogue directly make more sense if you read them as trans. I'm not kidding. It is ridiculous. It's like I feel like that like staring into the abyss thing where I could just keep going and going and going and I'd never like find the end. I
know that feeling too.
So Neo sells an illegal program to someone who says, "Hallelujah, you're my savior, man, my own personal Jesus Christ." Neo grabs it from a copy of Simulacra and Simulation. Specifically from a page from On Nihilism about the irresolvable nature of the system with the self. As a trans person, we cannot resolve our identity with the system around us. In transgender history, Susan Stryker states that back in the analog era, a representation was commonly assumed to point to some real thing. A person's social and psychological gender was commonly assumed to point to that person's biological sex in exactly the same way. Gender was considered a representation of a physical sex, but a digital image or sound is something else entirely. It's unclear exactly how it's related to the world of physical objects. It doesn't point to some real thing in quite the same way, and it might be, in fact, a complete fabrication built up pixel by pixel or bit by bit. Transgender gender representation works the same way, end quote. The Matrix, by examining gender in the terms of Baudrillard's concepts in Simulation and Simulacra, engages in this conversation around what the representation is pointing to. It is asking what is our true body, and if it's a choice we can make, or if the representation is something that we are assigned by the system.
Hell yeah.
And the reason I brought that up is just because some bits that I added that I'm really happy about only came about because I found KLM Keegan's work because of your video.
Great book and great. I only found his.
It was pretty good. There's like one or two things where I was like, but I find the way he talks about, the Wachowskis' engagement with race stuff isn't maybe the best.
It's a bit for overly forgiving. Yeah.
Overly forgiving or just like weird at times where I'm like, I get what you're going for, buddy, but I don't agree. But a lot of the gender stuff is pretty good. The gender stuff's pretty good. I think it does a good job of touching on some very specific broad strokes and interesting ways by tying them into specific academic literature. I would say that it's like the worst possible trans reading to send to most people.
That's why I quoted only one part of him because it was showing back. It was more like backing up my assertion that I was presenting.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was more just like this. He is very dense in terms of his utilization of film theory and different aspects to it. It's
And he's not talking about a lot of specifics from the film. It's very much a vibes discussion. It's a great vibes discussion. I'm here for it. I like it. I use it a bunch to reinforce my points where it was relevant. But I want to talk about the specifics. I want to talk about those little details because I think that The Matrix is both a queer reading in the vibes sense, a la the work that I've already done on Alice and Tron Legacy, but also that it's so ingrained into the meat and bones of the work, and I make this point at the end where I'm like, I think any reading that ignores the trans aspect will be a worse reading of the film on an inherent level, because I don't think you can talk about any other element of the film in a full depth without talking about the transness. It'd be like trying to talk about trying to think of a good work of art.
I know that feeling. I had a metaphor. There's a clear metaphor here, but
I'm trying to think of an art that has something as intrinsic to this that you could try to ignore, but it would be impossible. But It'd be like trying to do any reading of Fight Club without discussing masculinity in any way.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good way of putting it. I think it's like a nice contemporary piece similar to it that often gets misunderstood. That's a good way of putting it. Like
also chat. Sorry, as an aside, can I share the image that I wanted to share?
Yeah,
real
please
quick?
do.
So this is it. I'm very excited about this, but there it is. I don't know how long it'll take before it shows up because I know you're behind in the chat. One sec, it'll pop up in just a sec. I'm waiting for. There we are. There it is. Now you should see it.
Nice. It makes me think a little bit of what I did with my Mundown video. I don't know if you've watched that one. It's an older one and almost nobody watched it.
No, but I want to because I want to play. I haven't played Mundown, but I want to.
Oh, okay. Well, that video deserves way more love. It makes me sad that people haven't watched it. I got a really beautiful comment on it last night that made me tear up, which I have to say...
thank you, everybody in the chat. I appreciate you. Sorry.
A YouTube account called Uncle Sticky's Discount Ham Wagon does not deserve the right to make me cry. But it's just my Mundown video is.
And by the way, I make the sorry, I didn't mean to cut it, but people are saying don't blink. I make the don't blink video joke in the video, so don't worry. There will you might get some scary weeping angel stuff. Sorry, I apologize. I'm just excited because I was like,
no, you should be excited. I love excitement. I think we need more people just like unabashedly being excited about the stuff we make.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm tired of. I hate cynicism. I'm fucking tired of cynicism. Fuck cynicism.
Yeah, no, it's like let's be excited. I'm excited. Like that's why I do videos. Like I'm not here to be like I just want to be sad all the time. I want to have some fun. You know.
I don't need to seek out negativity because there's so much already around me.
Mm-hmm.
Why should I make it? Why should I seek it out? And I want to be clear that like I talk about the tough stuff. Like I hate when people think that like when I'm saying that like I don't want to be cynical. There's a difference between cynicism and like disengaging with reality.
No, there's that's what I always try to do in my videos. What's your favorite Dark Souls? But that's a question, Brutus. I have to answer that one in a minute. But no, it's what I always try to do is like I always try to in almost all of my videos to end on something happy because it's like even if we're talking about the darkest of things, it's like but I like let's try to turn this towards something positive and constructive and like hopeful and like it's also why I do silly stuff like I'm gonna make myself look like a marble statue today and buy way too much makeup and spend way too much time doing all that stuff today and make my entire apartment look like a ghost and also wait, I don't know if you can really tell. Probably washed off, but like my entire upper torso was still like I took like an hour-long shower. My entire upper torso this morning was still all white. But it's just like we gotta have fun in amongst the like horrible terribleness because we need to show that like the crap that the world sends our way does not have to define our outlook on our lives and the worldview and things like that. And we can be happy and have fun even amongst crap. So.
One. I think part of getting to the place of happiness and hope and positivity is processing the negative, letting it go, like experiencing it and then letting go of it. And there's a metaphor that I really like that I can't remember where I learned. I think I learned from like a yoga instructor, but like it's a useful one for meditation and things. But I think it's useful outside of it, which is emotions are a little bit like being on a raft, and you can control your raft a little bit. You can go in some directions and things, but if emotions are a bit like being in that raft, then the emotions are kind of like the waves that are hitting you. And often those waves are created by things that you have no control over, right? Someone dies, right? That's going to be big fucking waves of sadness you're going to have to deal with, and you can you can fight those waves. But you're gonna get tired eventually. You can row as hard as you want, but there's only so much energy you have. So sometimes you just have to let the waves pass through. Until you can. Until you can Sorry, I'm distracted by chat.
No, you're good. I have the same thing. I was also distracted by not dying there for a hot second, so I apologize that I got sort of like.
You know, so you can move on into calmer waters.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think we have this idea that we have like a moral control over our emotions, which part of that's about a lot of that's connected with weird gender stuff that's complicated, and you know, part of it's this idea that like you know, we can have absolute control over ourselves. But like, while you can't control your emotions, you can, you know, control how you respond and handle them and work through them. And I think there's productive ways, and I think there's unhealthy ways.
No, I definitely feel that, because like I'm someone who, like, when I was younger, I would like very much like be very like yelly and whiny and like lashing out too in terms of like utilizing my emotions. And now when I get frustrated, I am able to like put that into a constructive way as opposed to like just lashing out or anything like that. So I hear you. Sorry, my brain also just turned off for a hot second there, so apologies.
No, you're all good.
Switch waves of sorrow. Deal with it like Sulu did the wave in Star Trek 6. You turn your bow into the wave and let it wash over you, then pull yourself through the other. Oh, that's really nice, knit and crochet dagger. Plus also the Star Trek reference I'm here for. Trevin, feel free not to answer if you're not familiar, but do you have a favorite Star Wars background, minor alien? I mean, life-specific individual, not a species. Ooh, see, I know a lot of Star Wars species, but I don't know, like, who specifically I would, like, fall... Because I'm not a big Star Wars fan as much as I've seen every single Star Wars thing. But, I always liked the lizard guy, the lizard bounty... Was it Bosk? Right?
Oh, yeah. Bosk, the Trandoshan?
Yeah, I loved Bosk quite a bit. He was like the lizard bounty hunter dude. I always thought he was very, very cool.
Yeah, it's too bad that he actively participated in the genocide of the Wookiees.
Well, you know...
Star Wars knowledge that I had at a young age.
Thank you for that. I mean, at this point in the Star Wars universe, I'm just like kind of I'm just kind of feel like everyone's participated in a genocide at some point in this damn horrible universe.
I jokingly said it, but it's also if you want some context on the Wookiee Trandoshan stuff from one of the most recent episodes of Boba Fett, that's what that's about. The Wookiees, it's basically like, what if you walked into a bar and you saw the Nazis and you were Jewish? It's
oh good.
Yeah, so it's like that scene's functionally a recreation of that one scene with Magneto in X-Men First Class.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Oh man, poor Boba, the Boba Fett show. That was another thing. Like the latest episode was no spoilers, but the latest episode was good, but it was like not a Boba Fett episode. Alas.
It was really weird. It was like, oh, this is an episode of The Mandalorian?
Yeah, in the middle of my Boba Fett. It's like, okay. I mean, I like The Mandalorian, but it was like, this is weird.
I was very here for it, but I was also just like, this is really random.
Yeah, right? It was very weird. Very weird. Oh, thank you very much, Michael. I appreciate you. Sending you love as well. Thank you very much. Yeah, I hate getting back to the ship, too. I was like, I've been wandering around for like 5 minutes here being like, where the hell do I go? No. Anyways. Sorry.
No, you're all good.
As I die. See, I always lose my way. Yeah, the level, the like world here is like very confusing. This world is, especially in this game, is like insanely confusing.
This is the one that you return to the most, so it has the least like linear pathways. There's a ton of like optional pathways that you can only access. You can turn the fans off.
Oh, that would make my life easier.
Yeah.
Wait, is it back?
Yeah, it's back at the end of the jumping puzzle. I'm behind you by a bit.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's this guy.
Have a good one, Bellamy.
Have a good night. Yeah, that's the thing. It's weirdly out of place. The Mandalorian episode. It was good. In fact, it was probably the best episode of Boba Fett like that I've seen. But it was also like, this isn't an episode of Boba Fett at all.
It's so good on so many levels.
Yeah.
Um,
I do really the thing that I'm liking about the story is, as like weird as it can be, the thing that I'm liking about the story is the whole thing is the concept of it is like Boba Fett is learning to like build like coalitions and build communities, as opposed to like it being very adversarial, which I very much appreciate, and I love that, and I love that he's like learning that from stuff. Now there is a bit of like the he learned this from like indigenous coded groups that later get murdered, which is.
I'm gonna no, because this really annoys me, and I've seen a couple of different people make this wrong assessment of the show. This show is about an indigenous character, an explicitly indigenous character who was removed from his lands by a genocidal force of Imperials that is working with other indigenous groups. It's not a white savior thing, and I've seen multiple indigenous people explain this. Like, because they were getting really frustrated with a lot of people saying it's white savior. It is not, even remotely. Like, it requires ignoring a lot of elements of the story and who's playing the character to, like, do that. Sorry, it's just, then I'm not know you, Jesse. It's more this, like, this frustration I've seen with people, like, spreading that online without, like, critically engaging with the entirety of the show.
I definitely hear you. And that's one thing. And I would actually really like to hear indigenous folks' opinion on it, but like my sort of like this again, I'm being uneducated here, so I'm happy to admit that I'm terribly wrong on this. But the thing that like frustrated me on it is like, yes, we can totally talk about how like the actor is definitely not a white actor at all, and like that's not. It's important to not forget that most definitely. But I do.
The character also is a displaced person from an indigenous group that was subjected to colonialism. Like that's explicitly that's the storyline of the Mandalorians over the last like.
Well, he's also not he's a clone though, which is like a different thing as well, which is also like complicates it as well.
But he's like yes and no.
Because I think doesn't he explicitly call out in the Mandalorian, like the show, that he doesn't identify as a Mandalorian, which I think is like part of that. I might be misremembering.
Relationship. Yeah, like it's a whole thing. It's complicated, but basically, Jango Fett isn't a born Mandalorian. There's a whole history. It's complicated.
Yeah.
They come from like a different place that was also subjected to colonialism in a different way. But like the point is that it's a character who's been displaced from his culture, right? It's an indigenous person who was displaced from his culture, and it's really important that like we engage with the fact that the writing is being done by people of color from their perspective, right? And so, like,
that is something too. Like knowing like who wrote it as well, and that was something I was curious about because I only know like like Dave Filoni and why am I blanking? Jon Favreau.
Yeah, but like Robert, like for example, a lot of the stuff that deals with that was directed by Robert Rodriguez, right? In the first episode and the third episode. So, like, I think that's really relevant to understanding the show and engaging with the show fully, is understanding like who's making it. And then again, Tamara Morrison has a lot of like creative influence on the show and things, right? Like Boba's fighting style, for example, is specifically rooted in his Maori forms of martial arts and stuff. So I just think it's like and I think it's important that we engage with the fact that the show is trying to spread an indigenous perspective. Like, for example, what Boba was fighting for wasn't to reify himself as a powerful figure. What Boba fights for is the recognition of the indigenous control of the land.
And that I did really appreciate.
Yeah, like, so I think like there's complexities to it. Like, I don't super love that they killed the indigenous group.
That was the thing that bothered me.
That part sucks.
I have everything else like that. This is the thing that I will say. Like everything else, I agree upon. That's what rubbed me most the wrong way, because everything else I was like, yes, this is complicated, and obviously there's nuances that I missed, and I don't want to negotiate. I don't want to erase the fact that like I definitely missed a lot of nuance because of my own perspective there. But I do find it intensely like harmful that it was like, again, I'm not getting offended for anybody because it's not my place to get offended for everybody, but it's more just like I was like, it feels weird to me that they're like, and now we're just gonna murder the Tuskens because we don't want to deal with them story-wise anymore, which just like felt weird to me.
Which was just not great. Like I didn't love that, and I think it's one of those like that's a cop out. You could have done better with writing there.
But yes, I agree with you completely. Like the part where he goes to the sorry. The part where he goes to like the groups and is like, hey, Tuscans deserve to own and control their own land, and it's not just like I'm their boss now. It was like for them, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, one he's a subordinate member, not a like new, and that's what I mean by like I think there are critiques to be made about like very specific elements, and I would love to see Indigenous people make those critiques and discuss that. But like, I think calling it white savior is like really harmful. And there's a bunch like I can pull up some stuff if I don't know. Going back through Twitter history is hard.
Oh yeah, it's always difficult.
But a lot of my Indigenous mutuals were talking about it, and
no, that's good. I mean, that's good. That's something that like I like. It's like I want to beat this guy before I.
No, you're all good.
But no, it's but you're correct. I mean, this is something that like I like very uncritically like stated, and so it's nice to be like, oh, let's like let me confront that and like let me be like, oh, this is something that I can do better about like hearing about. Because yeah, I like in my reviews on it, I like said, oh, white savior, and like I definitely knew like the actor playing the character and the character himself is not white, but as still for my mind it was using those tropes. But then as you point out, like there are definitely elements of that story that are better, like more nuanced and more thought through and more thoughtful than like,
and specifically not the white savior trope. White savior trope like requires certain power dynamics that aren't there and requires certain elements that aren't there. And again, like who is playing who matters, because Star Wars has always had an Orientalism problem, as Sarah said. It's always had issues. Like Star Wars has got issues all the way down.
Very, very much so. But.
I love Star Wars, but
I mean, hey, you're talking to someone who's a Trekkie, so I know that very much. So. Oh, and thank you very much, Geek Filter. The aliens in Star Wars have really good, unique designs. Yes, definitely agree, John. And then Geek Filter, thank you for. I need to order my Taco Bell as well, so I'll do that in just a second. But thank you, Geek Filter. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, you are absolutely correct, and so like that's something that like you're 100% correct on that. Yeah. And that's something
I'm trying to find some tweets from mutual of mine who does really good work. Because I know she tweeted something about it.
Lori agreed. That's my point too. But like, yeah, I mean, I know, for my point being like I called that out in early episodes of the show, and it's like, oh, there's more nuance here that I missed and didn't discuss. But I do actually agree with Lori that as I said earlier, like the sort of murder of them.
I don't like the killing of the Tuscans. I think that really sucked. I want to be clear about that. I just want to be like, hey, I noticed a lot of Indigenous people getting annoyed at people calling it white savior.
Well, it also
and
speaks
I wanted
it also speaks to too. And again, I'm analyzing my own self in this.
Oh yeah.
And like this, because like I want to confront this too in my own analysis of being like that was my impetus to immediately call that out when I saw that. When there's a lot more nuance that like I cannot speak for from my perspective. And so it's like an interesting thing of like me being white and me being like, oh, this is that trope, and missing a lot of the nuance because I am not part of those groups and don't have that perspective. So there's going to be like elements of that on initial watching that I'll miss. And hopefully we'll learn and pick up on as I go through and become more critically able to pick up on that stuff. But it is something to like confront within my own self as like a content creator and someone paying attention to like these stories and stuff and be like, oh no, that's something that like my perspective was incorrect on, and I should be willing to be like, I'm wrong in that, you know? So.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, like, those same Indigenous people were critiquing the Tusken Raiders stuff from episode 3, too. Like, yeah.
And also how, like, it doesn't have to be good or bad. It can be, as we were talking about, like, last week, it can be, like, it can be both. It can be both good and bad at the same time.
It's, yeah, like, yeah, as I don't know how to pronounce her name properly, but Ali Nadi said, last week, did you see how many Indigenous people were excited and ecstatic about Boba Fett and his relationship with the Tusken Raiders, referring to episode 2? Contrast to the disappointment we have now. We had an Indigenous actor as a main character in one of the most influential stories of our time that helped us destruct a previous racist trope. And then the next week, all of that excitement and enthusiasm was ripped away and replaced with trauma.
Yeah.
Like, as I said, I want to be clear.
Who said that?
I'm not saying Boba Fett is ALI space NAHDEE.
Can you send me is that a Twitter?
Yeah, I'll link to her Twitter.
I want to follow them because I'll follow her Twitter because that'd be great.
I'll share the actual tweet in chat and then send it to you as well on Twitter. But yeah, she does really good work about Indigenous issues and disability issues in media. So, like, I want to be very clear. These same people were critiquing the show for fucking up other elements. I just think that we need to, like, maybe not jump to using white savior and referencing an Indigenous character's story.
100%.
Which is, I don't know. We all make mistakes. It's
important to, like, it. I mean, I'll fully admit I felt like that's a mistake that I made, 100%, and it's definitely like something that we need to be more open to, like, being aware of that and being like, hey, we fucked up. I fucked up. My perspective as a white person caused me to fuck up on and analyzing that in a fully holistic way. So yeah, no, I think it's important to acknowledge that.
Yeah. And actually, like, I would say people should go read the entire thread because it touches on a bunch of different really important
elements. I just followed her and I just retweeted the thread. So if you're following me on Twitter, you can find this person very quickly and easily, or you can just follow the link that Aaron just shared in chat. So. Oh, have a good night, Geek Filter. Sending you love. But
yeah, but like again, I think it's annoying. I wish they just like kept the good and not done the bad.
Well, yeah, and it also, I do, like I was just saying earlier, I do appreciate, like, the story of Boba Fett is, like, learning how to build coalition and, like, flatter. I don't think that the show is going to be like, everyone's a complete flat power. It's a completely flat power structure because I'm sure Boba Fett's going to be at the top. But, like, him sort of, like, being like, hey, I value everybody. Like, Fennec Shand, I value your life not as, like, how you're valuable to me, but how you're valuable to, like, just existing as a person. Which I thought was really, really cool. And so I like him, like, inviting other people in and being like, hey, I don't want to come in and, like, rule over you. I want you to, like, us to build a team, like build a coalition here of different crime groups. Like, I don't know, I like the show's acknowledgement of, like, building a flatter power structure as opposed to, like, I'm gonna come in and rule everything. And, like, him learning that from, like, people like the Tuskens and, like, just being fed up with, like, being a tool that is seen as disposable as, like, as a bounty hunter. Like, these people just being like, oh yeah, I just can use you and abuse you and you die and it's totally fine and I'm not going to care about you. I just like the themes, like, the nuance of, like, the perspective and the portrayal is definitely needs to be discussed in more detail, but I definitely think that, like, I really appreciate what, at least the themes of the show, even if it's not necessarily getting at it perfectly. So
yeah, no, I think it's like it's this endless thing of, you know, one step forward, two steps back. Lately, I think, you know.
Well, yeah, it's like the same thing like Star Trek did with Star Trek Discovery with like its LGBTQ representation, being like, hey, we finally have a gay character, and then we'll immediately do the Bury Your Gay storyline, and then we'll do it again with the trans character too, even though they like subvert it, but it's like, why do you need to subvert this narrative? Why can't you just like let it exist?
It's so frustrating because you have to wait a season each time before it undoes its unnecessary burying of your gays, and it's still doing the trauma. Like I think that is like really small on my list of problems with Star Trek Discovery. I think Star Trek Discovery genuinely is one of the most ableist shows on TV. Particularly with its first season, but with elements of its second and third season, and in ways that are complicated and annoying. Yeah.
No, that's. I'm sorry. I'm just trying not to. I'm gonna give up on this boss fight. I'll come back to it later because I'm just dying over and over again. But, yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, that's why I kind of like having these conversations, because it's kind of interesting how we can like drill down and discuss these sort of things. So, yeah, Morgan said, I wish the Tuscans had more backstory. The only stuff I know about them is what they have in KOTOR 1, which I don't even know what they have in KOTOR 1, to be fair. I've only played KOTOR 1 up until where you get the Jedi, and the disc that I owned was scratched, so I couldn't actually play further in KOTOR 1. So I'm excited for the remake they're doing later on.
I'm excited for the KOTOR remake because the first game's kind of rough to play through. I like wanted to, but like the gameplay sucks. The storyline is interesting. I was engaged in the story, but like if I ever say the words I wish this was a light like was just like one of those novel things where you just choose the story options.
Yep.
And I hate that style of game design.
Yeah.
Like then you've messed up.
Also, KO, apologies if I said your name wrong, but you said, Jessie, I remember the Mandalorian, you said they underused Ming-Na Wen. Are you enjoying her part in the Book of Boba Fett? I think she's being slightly better utilized in the Book of Boba Fett, but she's still kind of pushed to the side a little bit. She is more centralized in the show, but I don't feel like she is still as front and center as she could be, considering how good of an actress she is. Like, Ming-Na Wen is like one of the best like underappreciated actresses, I think, like of all time. She is so good in everything she's done, and she's gotten to do so many great things. I mean, she was freaking Mulan, but I just feel like she's so underappreciated sometimes, which is unfortunate.
She's so good.
So. Also, look at these cute little foxy guys. Oh, now they're gone now. Anyways. Let's see. Oh, did my chat freeze? Because I'm not seeing my chat.
Oh no.
Where did my chat go? Oh, there it is. Wait, you interviewed Ming-Na Wen? Oh, that's so wonderful. I love hearing that she's a sweetheart. That sounds wonderful. I love it when you meet actors or actresses that you like look up to, and then they actually turn out to be like really, really sweet and wonderful human beings. I've had that a few times. I think like the first time that happened to me was oh my gosh, why am I blanking on her name now? Oh my gosh, Fringe. She played Astrid on Fringe. Why am I blanking? I think I've shared this story before, but I can't remember her name. Fringe, Astrid, actress. Why am I blanking on her name? Jessica Nicole. Like, Jessica Nicole, I think, is like one of the sweetest human beings I've ever had the like pleasure of meeting. And I like was so nervous when I met her because I'm like, I'm meeting someone from Fringe, and I was interviewing for Alice Isn't Dead, which is a great horror podcast if people want a good horror podcast. And I was so nervous to meet her, and she was like the easiest person to talk to, and was like so open about like anxiety and stuff. Like, she spoke to me about like how she had a panic attack going to the Women's March, the first Women's March after the 2016 election. Not because of like the issues at play, but because like she can't do crowds all that well, and like it was just like such an open and vulnerable conversation. I don't know. I'm standing Jessica Nicole because she's wonderful, and so I was like, I just was relating to someone sharing the Ming-Na Wen story, because like it's just nice to like meet people and be like, oh, they're actually wonderful. Another one too was the actress from why am I blanking on names? I'm just totally blanking on names right now. The actress from Star Trek Discovery who plays Burnham. Why am I blanking on names? I hate myself right now.
No, you're all good.
Burnham actress. Michael.
Sorry, I'm trying to go back through messages with Lady Night from when I was watching Discovery, so I can talk about its ableism.
Oh, no worries.
Like, it's been a while.
Speaking of that, though, Sonequa Martin Green was also like one of the sweetest people that I'd ever met. She was like super kind. Like, I asked her a question about like the trans representation within Star Trek, and she like literally, and it was just like we had like 2 seconds, and she literally like stopped and like looked me in the eye and like just was like super nice, and like made sure to like acknowledge me as a person, as opposed to like the like she could have easily just been like, yeah, you're one of a billion fans that I see every day. And it was just like so wonderful as compared to like compared to like William Shatner, who like was just like, meh, I don't really care that I'm here sort of vibe from him. So I think John says, I think you can draw parallels between the Mandalorians' fight to preserve their culture and the efforts of the I actually don't know.
Okay, I haven't found all of it, but I did find one of the things that I messaged LK about that I was angry about. So there's like a really blatant metaphor for plurality with Tilly in the second season, and their solution is they're going to cut a hole into her head. I'm sorry, but evoking the history of lobotomizing people with things like, DID is really gross. And this show does shit like that all the fucking time. All of its mental health allegories suck in the first season. Its handling of PTSD with Ash is often treated as a joke. His experience of literal sexual assault, which is literally sexual assault, it's explicitly and literally sexual assault, is genuinely the worst I've ever seen. Which is saying something, because I've watched Sucker Punch, which is a terrible film no one should ever watch. But that film at least pretends like it's taking things seriously, but the ableism stuff is often like it's just a lot of like objectification of disability in weird ways. A lot of the stuff with they have one episode where it's almost good, okay, and then what they do is they make the characters implants, which are literally disability aids that she has because of an accident, make her evil and cause her to die. Having your disability aids be what kills you, not fucking good. Bad. Really bad. And like the show has some ableist element in every single episode of season 1 from what I remember. I don't remember the pilot 2 episodes because I tried watching the show like a couple years ago, and I got through like 5 episodes, and I was like, I hate this, and I couldn't really put words to why I hated it. Part of it was the sexual assault stuff. Part of it was the ableism. Yeah. Part of it was that season 1 is just a hot mess written by actually abusive people that were fired off the show.
Yes, I do think it has gotten better, and I think it has gotten much, much better.
It is much better, but
oh wait, sorry, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Disabled people are often like plot points or plot conveniences for certain things in the show, or they're thrown in really lazily in the background, and the show then tries to dance around saying that they're good representation. Having a non-speaking role person in a wheelchair for 20 seconds of a single scene to be a prop for the emotions of like, this war has been hard for the other characters, for the abled characters, right? Which is what Star Trek Discovery season 1 does. That is just crappy. It just sucks.
Well, yeah, I just think I have many thoughts on the theme.
The only disability stuff that I like is Tilly being blatantly autistic. She's great.
Well, which also wasn't even intentional too. If you watch my thing with which she
I know it wasn't intentional, but it's the only part that I like.
Yeah, she's great. I mean, like season 1 of Discovery, I think has a lot of issues. Sorry, I just want to quick see this cutscene and then keep talking.
We're in.
Dathomir Zepho, it's your choice.
Let's go right to Dathomir. That's always the best move. Let's go right to the planet of like demon Sith witches. It's fine.
It's actually really good to do that earlier in the game because you can get you can get the double-bladed lightsaber like super early.
I know, yeah. But I'm not doing. I can't do that on stream right now. I need to be able to better pay attention. Why won't it let me? Okay, there we are.
Yeah, I like the like The Witcher too, but yeah, Yennefer's plot line's rough.
But point that Star Trek Discovery, I think season 1 of Star Trek Discovery and also season 1 of Picard are like very clearly people from certain perspectives that are trying to write for other for other people's perspectives and not doing it and tokenizing a lot of people in pursuit of that, and then justifying their utilization of really horrific tropes and value and horrific tropes and situations as like, oh, it's the story justification. Like we can do this because of the story, and like This is I always hate that argument where it's like, yes, in isolation maybe we could argue that this story choice is like an interesting story choice that you could make with these characters or whatever, but you have to look at the larger context of which like it sits within. So like maybe killing off Culber was like an interesting story choice. We could, even if I don't really think it was either way, but maybe it would have been if you'd done it in a certain way. But it's just like seeing with the context of like he's a man of color in the first like explicitly gay relationship in Star Trek, it's incredibly harmful to perpetuate that trope and to like, and so like you can write your story. Your story shouldn't be there to just justify like we're telling a cool story. It should be there to like actually speak to what people are dealing with and like issues present within our world today. And so like you have to think of like what's the greater message to get across, especially with something with Star Trek, which is always about like talking about like the issues faced by these communities and these people.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, like I like Star Trek Discovery season 2 and 3. I think season 1 is worth not watching. I would say watch the only episode worth watching from season 1. The rest you should just read a Wikipedia article to know what happened. I genuinely think you will have a better experience of the show if you read the Wikipedia articles, watch the time loop episode only, and then read the Wikipedia articles to the end of the season, and then start at season 2. Because while season 2 has some rough stuff that definitely comes from season 1, and I don't like it as much as most people because I was just I think really struggling with the show.
Season 2 is an absolute mess, but there's elements. Season 1 I think is just not great across the board. Where the things that I enjoy bits and pieces in there, but season 2 is an absolute mess of a story. But I like elements of it, like Pike and Spock and things like that.
Like Pike and Spock are incredible. I'm incredibly excited for Strange New Worlds
I am
as a
so
show.
pumped for that show.
More of them, more of number 1. Give me all of that. I'm here for it. Like, all of their performances are standout. I want to be clear. I actually, like, most of my problems with Discovery have to do with, like, specific writing choices and mishandlings, but I have no problems with the characters themselves. The characters are all very well performed. I liked them. I don't hate Ash as a character. I just hate that his, very real trauma is treated as a joke 90% of the time.
Yeah. They try to do it better in season 2, but it's also just it
still sucks.
Yeah, it's just
it still sucks because it can't, like, I'm sorry, but forcing him to be with someone who, when she touches him, causes him to have like a panic attack that is induced by his trauma from repeated, like, I can't with that show. It's a lot. Any scene with I think it's Laurel, right, and his character makes me want to I want, like, my skin to come off my body.
Yeah, it's just weird that he goes back with her, and it's just like I think like the justification for it is like this weird like pseudo like he used to be this other guy, and so like his memories of that is what the trauma is, and it's just like, but that's like not, you're like sciencey sci-fiing it up without actually like realizing what you're perpetuating on an actual human level. Like,
well, and there's actually an added layer there of he's also got medical trauma that is treated in a joking way, and because of the stuff with the like 2 minds in 1 body, it's also touching on some ableist tropes around DID again, because they keep doing that. I don't know why. I would like them to stop. So, like, yeah, the show is better for not having Ash in it, and it's not the actor's fault. It's just that they could not figure out how to like untangle all of the terrible decisions.
Supposedly he'll be coming back for the Section 31 show, possibly, but we'll see. And at the very least, he could come back for Strange New Worlds. But
unless they drastically change how they write him, again, I think the actor's doing the best he can with the terrible, terrible material he's been given. But, like, unless they really change how they handle his character and how they view his character, I don't want to see any more of his storyline.
I think just, like, the way you could fix that character is just, like, don't have him be with Laurel anymore and just have him be like in his own separate world. Like, I'm in Section 31 world now, and I'm doing Section 31 world stuff, and then like just play straight that he is a victim of trauma that like can come up from time to time if and when it's relevant.
No, Kaio, it's like the character is never making jokes. He's taking it seriously. It's the world and the show that is framing his pain in a joking way.
What do you, can I ask what you mean by that? Because I don't ever think the show like laughs at his trauma though. But I'm not disagreeing. That show underplays it.
I will make a video on this at some point when I talk about misrepresentation of sexual assault in
I definitely
and
agree.
film.
I definitely agree with you when you're saying like it's definitely terribly misrepresented. But
yeah, there are times where like I'd have to go back and find the specific instances to really describe them. There's a lot of it that's just kind of making light of it, right? But there is some of it that is explicitly like kind of laughing at him for taking things too seriously or whatever, and like not getting over it.
Yeah,
at several points.
Because I don't think it's been a minute since I've seen that season for obvious reasons. But like,
yeah.
I don't think the show is. I don't think Aronnax being like the characters ever like stop and point and laugh at him. For his trauma. I think the point you're making is like the show is sort of like not treating it with any sort of weight, and then just like dismisses it and sort of like and belittles it at a lot of times in a way that feels like. Maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's sort of my take on it. That the show like belittles it and doesn't articulate.
There is times where it kind of just laughs at him for having trauma in a way. I really don't know how to just like. I'd need to go find the instances to give like they say this thing and then the camera framing is in this way. You know what I mean? Like
no. I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you that it's just I don't remember it, but I'm not like it very clearly could be.
Yeah, and I think it's playing off of certain like tropes around men as victims.
That is 100% true. Where it's like less. Sorry.
Yeah, where so some of that like joke stuff is kind of coming off of repeating the statements of other past pieces of work, if that makes sense.
In the sense that like.
So like even if it's not intending to evoke that, it is evoking it. It's
well, yeah, the idea that like male sexual assault is like inherently like humorous or like not possible, or that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily that it's ever like, ha ha ha. you know, it's often more in the like insidious nature that it treats the concept in a joking and unserious manner, but it also gives the character legitimate like PTSD at the same time.
Yes,
and it doesn't do a very good job of representing PTSD. So you have these two contradictory elements going on. Like I want to be clear, it's not like it's like maliciously, you know, like but it's just that like the writers clearly think it's kind of funny that this happened to this man. And that's where I draw a big line for myself. As Morgan puts it, Ash's experience is just brushed off by the other characters.
Exactly. Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
I think there are scenes where it is kind of treated like.
Well, I think from what I remember of it, again, having not seen it a bit, is I agree with you. I think what the show did with him was it wanted to treat the character with like. It tries to show his trauma as dramatic because it wants to have the drama of it and like look at the pathos that we're displaying on screen, because it was like trying to be like very like look how deep and mature this new Star Trek is. And so I try to have that element of it. So like there's an element of like when that I think like reads true to what the character would experience. I think it's like in the 7th or 8th episode where he goes on the Klingon ship and he like sees Laurel and he like has a very vivid PTSD flashback. And so it's just like very clearly meant to evoke like he has real trauma that actually evokes like real moments of PTSD and distinct like just like recalling these events. But then at the same time, while it's holding it in this like heavy weight, it only does it in service of like appearing to have weighty drama. But as soon as those like moments of heavy drama are through, then this show immediately goes back to just treating it as like no big deal. This guy doesn't really, it's not really a big thing. It's whatever. And then it also, I think later on, it starts to play that into, as you say, like DID things, and then also like, and he's just crazy because he has trauma, because then they get into the whole mirror universe stuff where like he starts to like see his other self, and he starts to go crazy and starts to attack Burnham and assault Burnham at different points. And so like that's like my remembrance of the show, where like it wants to have its cake and eat it too. With something that you like have to treat respectfully in every single case. Like that's my remembering of it.
Yeah.
And you may have a different
that's partially
reading, so.
true, but there's like a lot of scenes that again like really show that the authors think it's funny that this happened to this man.
That again, I'm not discounting.
Really explicitly, and it's not like it's not very subtle about it. And I know I'm not the only person who have read this, because I've talked with other people that had the same exact reading of those scenes and moments. So like,
again, I'm not dismissing. I don't specifically remember that, but that's also maybe
totally, which is totally fair. Like, but I don't think it. Like I think people can like stuff, without like realizing the underlining stuff.
Oh yeah.
So I don't think you're a bad person for having liked the character, but like the character is explicitly a serial abuser.
Yes, that's true.
And the show treats it like it's no big deal because the victim's a man, and it sucks, and it sucks. And season 2 kind of continues it, and I'm really uncomfortable with the way that the show treats this abuse in a very flippant manner. And then again, just there are elements of it that like I'm trying to think of a specific instance, and I wish I had a better memory, but I have memory issues. So
okay.
It does make it really, really frustrating when I'm trying to think of specifics of something I haven't watched in a while.
Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with you wholesale. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
It's all good. Like I totally get if people didn't like pick up on that element, because it's a very specific thing.
But Mr. Fizzer, I want to agree
think...
with Mr. Fizzer very explicitly. I really agree with you. I was frustrated they kept re-traumatizing him and making him security head. Yeah, it's like he's security head, so let's like constantly put him in situations where he's going to be traumatized and things like that. What was the other thing too? Someone was talking about like liking the character of Laurel. I really like the character of Laurel for a lot of different reasons, for a lot of different ways. But yes, her relationship to Ash is not an element that I do like. And again, we can talk about like how we can both like and dislike something at the same time. It's like we can find things that we like about Laurel's character. And that I, for example, I find that she's like a really interesting portrayal of like femininity in a culture, a powerful femininity in a culture that does not necessarily value powerful femininity like the Klingons do. So I think Laurel can be that, but then also like we have to acknowledge too that like she is an abuser, and like that's also an element of that character, and like hold both things in their measure. So yeah,
like for me, I can't stand when she's on screen, and I wanted it to end, and it was hell, and I hated watching the first season so much anytime any of that stuff was coming up, because it was just horrible. But like again, because I had that experience with it doesn't mean that it should be imposed on other people in any way.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Like, if you can't get past the character for those reasons, like, 100% valid. 100% valid.
So
it's
the Empire just wanted this land.
It's just not great. And I'll do a video at some point, and I'll dig into the specifics of like how it mishandles it. And
yeah. Anyways,
I have to have the energy to watch that season again.
Yeah,
and watch those scenes.
Why don't we jump off this topic, just because like I think it's at a point. It's like
very heavy.
It's a whole heavy thing. And I do want to say some more people are coming in. I hate that wheel in this game. Yeah, exactly. I love what Kaio said. Apologies for saying your name wrong again. It's obviously, I mean, recognizing it's problematic doesn't mean you have to hate it. Just being an adult, right? Yeah, we can, again, I think it's like something I always talk about with like a lot of like recognizing problematic media is like you can recognize it, the purpose is not to tell people necessarily how to feel about a work of art or media. It's about presenting perspectives of like this is something that is inherent in this story and this element of the story, and this is not saying you're a bad person for liking it or a bad person for not seeing this way, but also like it's the impetus upon you to like be aware of it, and like especially when you discuss it to like try to discuss like these elements of it. And again, I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about with Boba Fett. Like there are elements that I wasn't aware of and screwed up and didn't get entirely correct. But it's like it's on me to do that research to learn that, and it's on me to like bring that up when I'm like discussing the show. Doesn't mean I have to like hate the show or like the show more or less because of that. It's just sort of like having to acknowledge where these are and how it affects people, especially people who are not from my perspective or my worldview or background. So, oh God, thank you so much. Heart to you, sending you love from the U.S. I'm so glad you're coming from Brazil, my friend. now I'm saying it right, like it's Kyle. Now you're saying it right. It's like Kyle. Okay, I'm making sure I say it correct. Yeah. I mean, I would, yeah. I mean,
exactly as Morgan put it. Like, I couldn't handle it. I'll be perfectly frank. While I totally get other people like getting good things out of season 1 of Discovery, and I think that's awesome. And you know, I wish I could. It was an aggressively vile thing to watch, frankly, for me.
That's
like,
fair.
And often in somewhat triggering ways. So like,
totally
that
fair.
was my experience of it, personally. Someone asked if there's a reading of it where it's like making a point about that minimization. That would require any sort of statements that shows like even the slightest bit of awareness of that. That's what they're talking about in the show.
Yeah, it's the same thing that like it's the same kind of similar problem that I had with Star Trek Picard season 1, in that like it's trying to make these big grand statements about these issues without like going into, number one, being very intentional and very clear with it about like how they're utilizing their metaphors and what their metaphors imply. It's like it's the same thing like all Star Trek kind of did at one point or another, where it's like it's trying to be like, we're going to talk about weighty issues using our sci-fi metaphor, and they get at those sci-fi metaphors, but when those metaphors have problematic elements, they sort of like said, well, we're not going to acknowledge it because it's sci-fi, and you shouldn't like try to place you shouldn't equate it one-to-one because we're like it's a sci-fi metaphor. And it's like, well, no, because like they did something similar. Like, for example, if you want to like talk about like, for example, talking about like trauma in a different episode of Star Trek, there's an episode of Star Trek Voyager where they use 7 of 9 falsely, like because her memory has been like manipulated, she falsely accuses a guy of assaulting her. And like the implication of this episode then becomes like, oh, well, like women falsely accuse men. And it's like, nope, that's a bad thing to perpetuate, because that perpetuates the stigma that like women will like falsely accuse men to go after power. Where like the issue they were trying to tackle was like one that was like, well, people like have like there's those kids. They were like trying to reference the story of the kids in that were like put under hypnosis and remembered abuse when they were under hypnosis, when it was like someone putting it in their head because they were like told. Like, it's like, do you remember them doing this to you when it never actually happened? Which is a thing that happens, but then that they did, like, fine and did studies on that, like, people can remember abuse that didn't actually happen to them if people, like, try to put it into their head that it happened. But, number one, it missed two important things. Number one, putting in the context of a woman, like, a grown woman stating that about, like, a guy, has horrible implications of like denying women's like experience with assault, and like the larger narrative of like, oh, women lie because to like get power over powerful men, which like is things that we saw with like the the Supreme Court justice trial numerous times is like a not true narrative. And then also, it like also forgoes that like the kids that experience that, like that had that sort of thing where they like remember trauma. It's like, but their emotional experience with that trauma was very real. And so, like, there are things to, like, discuss within that, and the show just sort of didn't acknowledge that and just sort of said, but it's a sci-fi thing, because Borg stuff. And so it's like, if you're going to use this metaphor to, like, talk about these issues, you need to make sure you follow through and, like, understand the implications of what you're trying to say.
Yeah. No, I think there's, like, there are times where it's just maybe not the best thing to be doing.
I'm sorry. By the way, we're getting into hard topics. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you all right?
No, I'm fine. Not what I intended to chat.
It kind of went that way. It happens. It happens.
It happens.
Welcome to streams. It occurs.
Yeah, it's the funnest streams.
Yeah, Stargate. Jessica brings this up too. Like, I think Lady Knight brought it up in her video on Stargate. Like the usage of indigenous culture, or not just indigenous, but like numerous different cultures. Sorry, indigenous is the wrong one. Apologies. Like Egyptian cultures and Asian cultures to like utilize like this particular religion without actually like acknowledging Christianity until later seasons.
Yeah, like I would say people should go watch the video because it covers this really well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's. I think it's just any time we start talking about issues, it's important to actually centralize the people who are affected by the issue.
Are you okay? I want to make sure you're okay because you sound.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think.
Fair.
Brain's a little scrambled.
Yes. I do also want to say, sorry, since we have a minute, to everybody, we were just talking about like heavy issues like for the past like 30 minutes or so. So I just want to send everyone hugs and acknowledgement that you are lovely and wonderful and amazing, and thank you for dealing with that. We didn't intend to get into that topic, so apologies that there was no trigger warning on that. But thank you for sticking with us on it, and apologies to anybody, and thank you for being here. So just love to everybody and heart to everybody, and thank you for being in the conversation. Again, it's a live stream, so it can get messy, and apologies if our wording was imperfect or any of that, things like that, but respect to everybody and everything. So
yeah, totally. I maybe should have just been like, yeah, let's not.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay. I think we're all good, and it's talking about.
I just didn't want to like make a statement about that show and then not, explain it. But I probably should have. For myself. I probably should.
That you can speak to, but don't apologize. I want to make sure you feel just so you don't. For your own self, totally, I can't speak to your emotional state, but don't apologize for, like, especially since I'm, like, someone who, like, talks about Star Trek all the time, is like, don't apologize for being, like, critical of a work of media. Even if I end up disagreeing with stuff, which I'm not disagreeing with you at all here, but even if I end up disagreeing, it's like, these types of conversations are necessary to holistically look at art, so.
Totally. I don't expect or want you to agree with everything I say, but, no, I just, yeah, I had a tough time with that show because it does some things, and I think those things are not great.
Yeah. I very much agree. I do think it has gotten better. I do think the for my own, and I know there's still problems within it, but I do think like the recent season's focus on mental health has been so much better, and like has utilized the metaphor still imperfectly, but I think so much more better acknowledgement of like mental health stuff.
It's a modicum better. I still have some pretty significant problems with it, and I'll talk about it when I talk about the show eventually. But I really love the characters. That show makes me feel things in a good way.
Yeah.
It's just this show where I'm like, it's frustrating because half the time the stuff that they do is completely fucking unnecessary. They didn't have to do it, and I'm just sitting there like. Yeah,
I think I think the issues with it is the issue that I have with, and again, this is saying as someone who's loved Star Trek, and we don't need to get into the nitty gritty of it again. We can back off this conversation. I'll end on this note. I think is probably the best note to end on. It's my issue with like all of Star Trek at times where it's like Star Trek is a franchise that has a history of wanting to address really critical issues very didactically and like be like, this is a show about these issues. The problem, though, is that the show behind the scenes is always, and this is what I want to get at in my section Star Trek series, like, it is a show that has always centered certain people behind the scenes. While it has been fairly decent and better than most, sometimes worse than some, but better than most at showing diversity in front of the camera. It has not always done that as well behind the camera, so you have people from not these perspectives feeling like they have a duty to talk about these issues without feeling the desire or understanding that they also need to center those people behind the camera as well to tell those stories. And so I feel like that is like the issue, I think, with like very much early Star Trek Discovery, a lot of Star Trek up until now, even to this day, like, I feel like a lot of the issues that I have with Star Trek Picard come from the fact that they were utilizing like a metaphor for minorities with the synths without actually like recognizing that. But
that's a common issue with writers. If I can talk about like who I think is the worst game designer of all time, David Cage.
Oh God, I
have a burning anger for David Cage.
Did the version? I think I added it after I sent it to you. Did the version of my Matrix video have the whole thing about David Cage in it that I sent you?
I don't know if it did.
Okay, because I added it. I added it in afterwards. I added like a 5 to 6 minute bit about video game stuff, and I talk about David Cage and like the very fact that he is making a Star Wars game, despite the fact that he like said the horrific crap that he said, and like yeah. But like Detroit Become Human shows this very much. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna touch on Detroit Become Human in a second, but I'm just gonna say that like, if you need to understand why I dislike David Cage, like there's about 10 layers to it. One, I completely disagree with his like design ethos and style. I don't think that he is a very good game designer. And his games basically don't use the medium of video games in any sort of meaningful way. He is someone who wants to make TV and film, but is such a bad writer that he can't get hired to do that. And I mean that with full, complete spite.
Like I said, I added a whole 6 minute bit about David Cage in my Matrix for this, so you're good.
Yeah, so like on a purely just like technical writing level, I don't think he's a very skilled writer. I think he has way more ego than has ever, been earned by his actual writing. Because
I think he gained prominence in a time where like video games didn't like. I think he managed to write like cinematic stuff in an era of video games that was like just beginning that, so he got a lot more credit than he ultimately deserved. And so now when we look at video games like the game that we're playing here or like other video games, where I do think like there is still issues of like games writing in AAA environments, like I don't think it still has hit in the high bar yet. I do think like it's the acknowledgement of like his writing is not on the level.
So like I don't think he's a very skilled game designer or writer, but the other thing is that David Cage is also just an aggressively horrible person to like everyone he works with.
That is also true.
Like, so his studio, like many AAA studios, is well known for being super abusive to the people that work there, but also like he has encouraged open bigotry in his own offices and has said, and I quote, "This was in a lawsuit, so this isn't slander."
You're gonna say the same quotes that I say in my Matrix video.
Yeah, probably. But like he has said, for example, we don't make games for. I can't say it because it might get you in trouble.
We don't make games for gay folks.
F flags.
Except for not the word not gay.
FAGS.
And all women.
I have no problem personally saying it as a reclaimed thing as a queer person, but like we can't say it because.
The other quote that he said too. I'm
the one about women. It's really gross. It was something like
it was all women in my games are whores.
Yes, right. There's that one. There's
which
a couple
is weird,
other ones.
Which is weird too, because it's like, I've seen Beyond Two Souls. Like you had Elliot Page in that, and like Elliot Page is a guy, but the character is a girl. And it's like the character is not that. It's like you're just being, just being a dick.
He's saying it because he likes to be attracted to the characters he writes, which adds a lot of creepiness to the fact that he put in a nude version of Elliot Page's character without without his consent.
Yep.
So again, just he has no like.
He's just
the worst. The worst. One of the worst people in video games, which is saying something, because boy, is that a list with a lot of competition. Stares over at Bobby Kotick.
Oh, we could talk about Bobby Kotick. Oh my god.
Yeah, but the thing I was going to get to with David Cage is that David Cage thinks he's an incredibly and brilliant writer who's really covering topics in incredible ways that. And so he wrote a game called Beyond Two Souls, which its fundamental sort of core element is like, what if we made a game where we compared people of color to unthinking synths. And made weird comparisons to
that's Detroit
the
Become
BLM
Human,
movement.
Detroit Become Human, not Beyond Two Souls.
Oh, sorry, Detroit Become Human. Sorry, Beyond Two Souls is the one where he did the stuff with Elliot Page that was not okay. And also there's like a whole thing with like indigenous burial ground tropes and a bunch of other stuff in that game. But yeah, Beyond Two Souls, Detroit Become Human has this thing where it does a really messy comparison to the BLM movement in not lovely manners. That is just it's rough.
It also my major. I mean, there's so many issues you talk about with Detroit Become Human, but my biggest one is that it individualizes these the issues and refuses to look at systemic things and just paints a rosy bow on everything. There's a way you can end racism in that game by singing a song. And it's this hokey thing where it's we could all just get together with this, and it has no acknowledgement for systemic stuff. While also while addressing showcasing it at the same time, and it just shows the level of ignorance of it, because you have a character who's working as a police officer, and you have a character who literally has to cross the border. And has to use an essentially what is an equivalent to an underground railroad to cross the border, and so it's aware of these systems but refuses to acknowledge it, and it always places it on just the bad apples narrative. It's just a few bad apples that make this system bad, not talking about the issues. Issues itself.
There's no systemic engagement with the conversation. It's purely on the individualistic level. And not just is it on a purely individualistic level, but its viewpoint is so weird about all those elements, and also again it has white actors playing its people of color metaphor characters for the most part. The majority are white, which is a choice. I don't know.
That guy
go to writing jail. David Cage go to writing jail.
That guy says, I like to imagine that during the talks between Quantum Dream and Disney had to put their foot down and ban a female character shower scene. I mean, this is what I talk about in my Matrix videos, that there's no so the thing that I bring up in the Matrix video is this point about it at the Game Awards this year, right? There was a sequence of events that just disturbed me, where it was there at the beginning of the show. This was literally the run of show. The run of show is there was a call out of toxic gamers, where it was the guy who runs I forget his name, the man who runs the Game Awards, literally was we do not stand for toxic gamers in our space. If you are harassed, here's the hotline. We're trying to break down harassment in our space, right? Then the very next bit, as if to acknowledge that, was a sequence about drag queens. And being look, there's drag queens, LGBTQ people in gaming. And so it's this setup of there are harassing gamers, individuals, and there are LGBTQ people in gaming, which I'm okay, those are good things, but to contrast them right next to each other is interesting, and kind of sets up this antagonistic conversation that is also prevalent in gaming in this culture. And then the very next thing after those two things was the commercial for the Star Wars game by Quantic Dream. which has the guy who we just was talking about here, and I'm just like, so you're acknowledging and setting up
stuff
on the
still.
Well, no, the issue that I bring up is like, it's acknowledging the issue on an individual level for people that are placed against each other, but it refuses to acknowledge these problems systemically within the corporate structure of gaming, and like just says like, look at this cool new game we have, and it's like these corporations benefit from this antagonism, they monetize this antagonism, they like very clearly in your Game Awards show you're like selling shit with your drag queen representation in this stuff, and it's just like, but because you have like a deal to show the new Star Wars game, you're not going to acknowledge on a systemic level. So it's like, yes, it's good to call it harassment in gaming, but you're not getting to the core of it. You're just like saying, these people are shitty. Look at our representation. Aren't we doing representation well? And then ignoring it on a systemic level, and also perpetuating people fighting each other, as opposed to like actually dealing with who benefits from it.
Well, and it's frustrating because it's acknowledging it on the left hand, while the right hand shoves money into the face of the person that like is doing the harm, that's creating these harmful spaces. It's like, it's frustrating. It's frustrating being a woman in these spaces.
In gaming, like with like,
yeah,
it's the gaming world, and like I'm one of the videos that I'm hoping to do at GameSpot next is a video on the trans harassment in the gaming world, and the way that I want to frame it is like talking about like how every single time, like if you go, I do videos for GameSpot, as many of you know, and every single time that I do a video for GameSpot, literally every single time, the first comment on the video will be, "Ooh, look at this gross, disgusting thing," like being very transphobic. And what I want to do is like, I want to like not confront that in an antagonistic way, but like sit down in the video and be like, this is what happens every single time I do a video. And I'm not upset, because I've come to expect, like, I'm not angry about it. I'm not here to yell about it. What I want to confront you with, especially if you're someone who's going to leave that comment, is be like, where is that coming from? Why do you view me like coming into this space as like inherently, infringing upon you, or that you need to attack it? And I know where that's coming from. But the thing that I really want to like frame the video around is like, let's talk about that, because I feel like the thing that we get into is like the whole thing with like, for example, that woman, Frosk, the woman on G4, that
she's great. That was so good.
Well, she had like everything she said was 100% correct and right, but the thing that like I've seen come out of that frustrates me is the defensiveness that people get while watching it, because when she's looking at the camera. And I heard someone articulate this really interestingly. A white dude articulated this really interestingly. It was like a guy who doesn't like have the awareness to like self-aware this. But he was like, I was watching that, and I'm like, she is 100% right. She is harassed. I see it all the time for women in gaming. But it was really weird for me, because like when she was yelling at the camera, it looked like she was yelling at me, and so I felt really upset about that. And I'm like,
the underlying like. Well, sexism there.
Well, yeah, but it's like this constant defensiveness, and like, oh, I can't view myself as a bad part of this system. It's other people.
Yeah.
And it's like a complete unwillingness to critically engage, and like that's the problem that I always see with this type of harassment and things like that, is like people being like, well, it's not me. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's not me. It's like, we're all part of this system that perpetuates this stuff, and we need to start critically engaging with that. I am part of the system that engages with this stuff a lot. Like, I get upset too, and I there's like, you look at some of my tweets I get upset about, because it's like, oh, this seems like it's being framed antagonistically, and I'm not trying to. It's like, I want to like talk about how we can have this discussion in a way that like doesn't.
I would say it's not the same thing.
Oh, like, no, it's not.
Like, just for the clarity.
Yes.
I know you didn't mean it to be the same thing at all, but it's just because people love to take statements out of context.
Well, yeah, I think my issue is just like, we need to acknowledge that we are, and it's different in me as a trans person than like a cis dude. But I think it's this important thing to acknowledge that like we are all implicated in this, but we also need to like acknowledge that like, how best to put it, it's like being aware that we need to be self-critical without like realizing that like I'm here to like destroy you or tear you down, but I am here to say like, think about the things that you do and the things that you say and the harm that it can cause and perpetuate, whether you're enacting it directly or staying silent on it or like enabling it in different ways. And I'm not here to be like, because I don't think it's ultimately helpful to be, well, let me be clear. I think what Frost shared in the G4 statement was like 100% true and 100% necessary. The thing that I get frustrated by is not her, because she has every right to share that frustration in the way that she did. Like I'm not like calling her like she handled it wrong. What I am, my issue is like people looking at that and being like, well, it's not me. And like
if everyone says it's not me, then like who's doing it? Because yeah, and it's this thing of like maybe do some self-reflection of like how do you normalize, like are you silent when that stuff's going on all the time? But also like I don't know if you've seen my video, difficulty settings or accessibility settings.
I did, but it was a while ago. So
okay, so it's super heavily relevant to this. Different identity, but same concept. Because I'm talking about the way in which, you know, identity is brains. 1 second.
No, you're good.
Thoughts. So I'm talking about like what gamer is as an identity to them and like why that affects the way that they treat people in the spaces and things and like what they define as it and the way that they like create this restrictive sort of thing and the ways that it reflects specific fascist views and things. It's complicated. It's a complicated video. It's a good dive into like ableism in gaming, and it's been a little while since I did it. But like there's a specific thing I think that occurs with certain types of white cis men that they really like this like narrative of that you know they're the ones that are like oppressed. You know, it's this weird thing that I've noticed from them at times.
Well, it's I think when I think about that is like I think it's because like to them they feel an infringement upon the spaces that they normally have had, and that feels like, oh, things are being taken away from us. This must be what oppression is, because they actually haven't experienced what real oppression is, and so they equate like, well, I'm feeling this space being taken away from me. I feel like I'm being I have to like critically self-analyze something I've never been asked to do before. And I'm not, and so they say like, because we talk about oppression so much today, they're like, well, this must be what that feeling is. And not knowing that like, no, that is like, oppression is feeling that every single day, all the time, constantly, and feeling like we can talk about all the elements of that, but it's like, they don't understand what it actually is. And so like, they're having a real emotional experience, but they're equating it with like something that like is not equivalent to what they feel that they're experiencing.
Yeah, I'm just going and looking at my script so I can like better think up the thing I'm trying to talk about with identity stuff. But I think the core aspect of it is that one, like capitalism kind of treats the sort of like in-group out-group mentality really heavily. It's an ingrained aspect of white supremacy and stuff. So like certain types of people are predisposed to engaging with it. What I talk about in that video is mostly about the sort of aspect of disability. This applies to other identities as well. And so marginalized, you know, nerdy people have been around for forever. It's just that like there is a specific type of, we just like often were quiet, you know, or
forced to be quiet or
yeah,
erased.
exactly, or in the background, you know, because of white supremacy stuff. And so there is a genre and style of white cis nerd though not exclusively those identities, just like on the closer you are to privilege, the more likely you are to recreate these dynamics inside of spaces. And so there's aspects of like already having this idea of superiority, right? There's this aspect of like viewing women as soft and weak when we talk about the way that sexism and transphobia and transmisogyny, because I think the way that like you and I experience transphobia from the gamer types is very different than the way a trans man will. We'll all experience transphobia, but like we are experiencing very specifically transmisogyny, that intersection of the both of them. The way that I would say trans men's probably more likely to experience it with gaming spaces, which are so built off of this culture of community of strength bullshit, is that it'll be like a questioning of their masculinity, a degradation of their identity. But like, anyway.
No, it's true.
Different expressions of the same viewpoints,
Yes.
like is probably the best way to put it. But like, so what we experience is very specifically transmisogyny in these spaces, and the thing about communities of strength, is that they're built off of like trying to be the strongest, the biggest, the winner, and so when you have these viewpoints of certain groups as being lesser. Right, them being allowed into the space allows for the opportunity of them disproving your worldview, which is like funny, but it's when you think about it, it's not that funny. It's pretty dark. And
because there's also like why just like trans visibility is inherently is like seen as inherently, just trans people existing is seen as inherently dangerous to these systems, because like our existence calls into question that these systems like inherent like naturalness.
Well, and I think trans women bother people because if we don't want to be men, in their mind, again, it's not a choice, but we're talking about their perception of the world, not reality. In their perception of the world, us not wanting to be men calls into question the idea of masculinity and manhood as being inherently better. And in so doing, it calls into question their identity. And I'm going to read a little bit of my stuff on disability now, because I've kind of built to it nicely of like how these two things overlap. So I think an aspect of it is that many gamers define their identity within their capacity to accomplish things, and they believe falsely that by other people getting to experience what they feel they earned without earning it, it cheapens that aspect of their identity. When people's identities are under attack, they get defensive and lash out. And our existence calls into question their identity as a man and its value to them. Right, this performance of toxic masculinity gets questioned just by us existing. And as I said, when people's identities are under attack, they get defensive and lash out. And it's these underlying things. And so I think there's this want to put like a ring around video games as a thing that's just for them, because they feel entitled to the world, but they've been denied it, right? Like if you are a poor white dude, you are not given the keys to the kingdom of capitalism, right? So what they do is they seek to own and control the limited power spaces they have. So if you can't express that power in the wider world, where do you express it? You express it in online games. You express it in lobbies. You express it by dominating other men in video games, right? And
also the video games like inherently like provide you as like the most important person in the world, which is why by the way, someone said it earlier, and I want to do a video on this, like Dark Souls is like, people misinterpret Dark Souls as that idea too, when that entire game is like deconstructing that idea of like you being the most important thing in the world. And how that systems like that work, and how like someone was talking about that earlier with like the whole concept of Dark Souls is that, like, tell me if I'm misreading it here, but like the world does not care for you, but like it's trying to like build a narrative of like you being the most important person in the world, when actually you are not, and you are inconsequential, and just based on like your persistence it kind of like makes you that. But then there's like all these prophecies that like
So-
like are self-created and self-generating.
So the narrative of Dark Souls is I'm gonna get into some deep shit if you want to do that. Dark Souls is about a lot of things. It's about a lot of things. One of those aspects is about like dealing with depression and creative block and stuff. But when we talk about Dark Souls, right, fundamentally the world isn't there for you very clearly in the way that it is in most games. Like it's just this decaying world of nothingness that is slowly falling apart. And the thing is that like there's no way to win Dark Souls, really. The ending of the story is either you become one of thousands of others that have relit the flame to keep it going. And this is really, really important. You are not special, right? You are not some unique person to have done this. Many, many, many others have come before you and done it before. And hell, Dark Souls 3's final boss is literally the amalgamation of every single person who has done this in the past that is relit the fires at the end, right? So like your meaningless is both textual but also in the world design and in the gameplay feel, right? But also dying means nothing to the world.
And also the game also interrogates, from what I was reading, is like the ways systems create that narrative of you being the most important person. Like at the end of the day, like tons of people have done this before. But what I really found fascinating about the game is like there's this narrative in the whole game of like you are the chosen undead, you are the chosen one, you are the person that can do this. But even that is like if you look at the wording of certain the prophecies in the game, the number one, the prophecy's wording is intentionally vague. It's like an undead, so it's like it's one of those things that's like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and that someone eventually will fit will fit this paradigm because of, and will follow through with it because they're being told that they should do this because they're being set on this path. But the other thing with it too is you start to realize that these narratives were created by like people like Lord Gwyn and people with systems in power to actually create this constant system of people literally using their own bodies to fuel this fire over and over and over again. So it's like creating these like these most important person in the world narratives, these narratives in order to perpetuate the system where people sacrifice themselves to keep the system going is like the whole concept. So it's like you're very important, you're the most important person ever, you should keep this system going because you're the most important person ever, so sacrifice yourself, sort of idea is the kind of the vibe that I get from it.
Little bit, because it is touching on the aspect of like capitalism keeps itself going on the pyres of dead people. Like that's not a subtle aspect of the game. It's pretty explicit. The current age of fire needs to end. But it's really important that like the game really doesn't reinforce any aspect of like chosen oneness to you. You are one of many, 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 many chosen undead. Most of the characters you meet in the game could technically go and fulfill the prophecy, and like even then you can choose to just not do it. You can just choose to keep the fire going because the prophecy is that someone will come and like end the age of fire, right? Well, one of them anyway. And that is a choice you can make. You can choose to snuff it out, to end the age of fire and begin the age of darkness.
But I do think that the game like does like point out that like these things are self-created and self-generated. Like Lord Gwyn created all of these concepts, and it does like the idea of like it doesn't explicitly state out like you can figure out that you are one of like thousands, but in the first game at least, I can't speak for Dark Souls 3, it's like the whole thing is like there are characters like you are they try to like place upon you that you are the like this important person when you're inherently like not, and you're only important in so much as like you're serving the systems that these people set up.
Well, yeah, so there are individuals who will tell you that, but like the majority of the game is saying.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm saying. The game, the world of the game is explicitly telling you are not important. What I'm saying is that the people and the people and the structures and the power structures at play within the game's world are telling you that.
You forgot to cut the rope at the.
Yeah, I've been going around in circles because we've been talking, and I've been forgetting what I'm supposed to be doing.
It is talking about how people will try to use things like prophecies to manipulate people for sure, at certain points. But there's a lot of like, it's a problem of like, are we talking about Dark Souls lore or just like what you probably experience if you do a general run through? Because like the lore gets further and further and further into these elements if you get interested in the lore to any degree. But yeah, I think especially when you get to Dark Souls 3, it gets more explicit. Like every single person that you fight in Dark Souls 3 is someone who just like should have gone through with the quest, but just failed to finish doing it or chose not to, and like you are even more explicitly one of many. And
but then I also think like the way but my point being is like the way that that's reinforced though is like, but you're different than them is like the idea. Like the game is not telling you, the game itself is not telling you that. The people that you encounter in this quest tell you, like the Gwendolyn will say that sort of thing. It's like, oh, it's like that sort of thing. I'm not saying the game is reinforcing.
Oh no,
that.
I know. But I'm saying that like the characters say it less in 3 is part of.
Oh yeah. I can't. I'm only speaking for. I am quite literally only speaking for Dark Souls 1. I cannot speak for 3 at all.
So there's a tiny bit of it, but it's not like, I would say it's not a massive aspect of the overall storytelling, as it were. Or it's not the like primary. I don't know. I'm kind of failing to find the right words. Like there are elements of that, but you can actually play the entire game without like ever really engaging with anyone saying like, oh, you're.
Oh yeah, no, I know, but I think you can engage with the entire game without engaging with a lot of things too.
Yeah, totally. So it's one of those weird things where it's like if you engage a little bit, you'll get some people who say that stuff, and if you engage with it a lot, the more you die into it, the more it's like, you are meaningless. You are nothing.
Yeah, and I think but that's sorry. And then the point that I wanted to...
It's a weird, interesting thing. No,
well, the thing that I also wanted to get at too is someone was earlier. The reason that I got off on this tangent was someone earlier was speaking about how like fascists have like taken and like misinterpreted Dark Souls, and I think the reason they do so is because they take that idea of like, I am the most important person, and I take it on its face, and like take like the resilience that your character like. Take this like idea of like, I'm so powerful and I'm the best and I'm the one that finally did it and I'm the chosen one sort of thing. I'm just taking on its face, completely ignoring the message of the game, but just taking the surface level interpretation of what the world is chalking up to them. And so that's what I think that's how like a lot of fascists co-opt a lot of media. It's not like taking the surface level.
Not just reading. That, yeah. It's the surface level reading that always allows for the co-opting. I mean, again, I do dig into a lot of that with the Matrix video and the surface level reading of the Matrix. But,
yeah, it's just that they did the same thing. It's like, oh, I'm like Neo, I'm the one, I'm cool, I'm the chosen one sort of thing. Yeah, when it's like...
That's where I was going with the stuff, which is... Dark Souls is trying to tell you that, like, even if the universe is meaningless, you can still find meaning in it. And because, again, it's about dealing with, like, nihilistic depression in a lot of ways. So, I think that is like really, really important to engaging with its, its discussion of that stuff, because it's like, yes, you are meaningless and pointless and all that stuff, but you can find meaning, you can choose meaning, you can choose to have a quest, right? You can, the game is about the universe being nihilistically, self-destructive and ending, and you can sit there in the end of all things and just watch it all slip away, or you can choose to go do something for yourself, right? You start the game inside of a prison, and that's a really, really, really like relevant aspect, and in a still position, right? Like you, much like these other undead, have been wasting away. And
if we're gonna extend the capitalism metaphor as like the symbolism of a prison, like you're like yeah.
I talked about that with the Matrix stuff, but last time, but yeah, like there's Foucault's everything's a prison thing, but like it's partially that you're starting out in the prison of your own thoughts, and so like the reason that undead go hollow is that they give up. They give into the true nihilism of the world and just collapse in on themselves. And so Dark Souls is a game about accepting that the universe is meaningless, pointless, and then choosing to have a meaning, right? And it's constantly telling you to just give up and have no purpose, right? Like to let go of your purpose, because it's like there's no point, it's too hard, why bother?
And it's telling you that in the story, and then also like in the gameplay by making it like, difficult, but ultimately you can prevail if you keep going.
Yeah, and no matter what, when the game ends, your character dies, right? And so in a way, what it's saying is that you can either choose to waste away slowly and miserably, right? You can give up and go hollow, or you can choose to find purpose and live out your life to its ending.
Well, yeah, it's the constant debate. I forget what the philosophers were they said it, but it's like the debate between like, oh, the universe is inherently meaningless, so we should give up because there's no inherent meaning in the universe, or it's like we find our own meaning by creating our meaning in our own life.
Yeah, and so when you bring in that sort of narrative of like being special and stuff, it's like it's a true narrative. It's a true narrative of the game if you choose it to be. If you choose to believe in it, and that's a really, really, really relevant aspect of it, I think, when we're trying to talk about it's like, what does Dark Souls mean? Because Dark Souls isn't like art isn't a puzzle to solve, it's a conversation like we're having right now, about life, the universe, and everything. And
well, what I love about Dark Souls is I think its meaning is derived from your own experience with the game, and I think like what you eventually there's no one interpretation of it, I think, but I feel like your experience of whether you felt it was too difficult, too hard, or like you eventually learned to prevail, but then it got to the end and like saw, like I feel like your experience playing the game also informs how you sort of feel coming away from it in your interpretation of it, which I think is like kind of a really cool aspect of it. And like that's when we talk about like games as like the medium of games as like an art form, it's like games like Dark Souls is something that can only be told in video game form, which I appreciate.
I
like
think
your interaction with it informs how you interpret it.
When I was talking about why David Cage is a terrible game designer earlier, I was talking about like how he doesn't, his art has no purpose in being in this medium, and like Dark Souls is kind of the exact perfect counterexample, or one of them. I'd say Celeste is even better as a counterexample, but Celeste is just a good example of basically everything that you can do with this medium, from its phenomenal handling of accessibility aids to its general level design to its writing. Like Celeste is just a masterpiece, and everyone should go play it. And hey, guess what? It's made by a trans creator, and the main character is trans, and it's beautiful, and it's wonderful.
Also, Allie, thank you so much. I apprate you. You're lovely. Sorry, Allie's just going to bed, so I just want to thank you.
No, go ahead.
So,
yeah, please interrupt me if it's So I think there's this aspect when we're talking about Dark Souls, is that like Dark Souls gets its message across if you give up. Like either way, it's getting its messages across about like choosing meaning and purpose in life, right? By choosing to no longer engage with Dark Souls because it's too difficult and miserable for you, you are choosing your purpose.
Yeah.
And you are also demonstrating the nihilism it wants to discuss. So like it's kind of this like messed up brilliance, like that the game wants to be horrifically difficult in certain ways.
What I've loved about it is it's actually, and you talked about this last week when you were on here, it's actually very easy once you know how to engage with it. Like now that I've played the game and I know how to beat these bosses and I know where everything is, I can go back to that game and like I can beat it in like you can beat it in like 2 hours, 2-3 hours. But it's like it's about like learning and persistence and like not giving up. And I think like I don't know. I just really like that idea of like you being able to take something and just like learn and grow with it, and grow with the world, as opposed to like it just punishing you and just sort of like learning about it and getting better at it if you persist with it.
Yeah. I would say it's again, like, difficulty is something you feel and experience. So the game will feel easier to you now that you've learned it, because it's a learning exercise. It's still, like, I still find the game difficult. Like, it's way easier. It feels easier than the first time I played through it when I tried to play through it again this year. But and I got to Quelaag, and then I was just like, I'm just not in the mood. So I will say I think if I was ever to like recommend a Dark Souls for someone who's never going to play Dark Souls, play Death's Door.
I've heard good things about that. Yeah.
So Death's Door is fundamentally at its core a lot of the same messages about death and things. It's not covering the depression stuff as much, but it is covering the sort of like nihilism and purpose and then it has a lot to say about like how we deal with grieving and the world sort of passing away. But it's also a really brilliant game about and it makes it a little more explicit than Dark Souls does. It makes it a brilliant game about why capitalism needs to end. Capitalism needs to die.
Definitely, that's a game that I can get. Oh, hi, Infernal Families, welcome. Okay, I will say, Ormstein and what is it? Ormstein and Smog. Sorry, someone just put this in chat. Looting 1023. 5 hours on that stupid boss. I hate them so much.
Ornstein and Smo, they're fun.
I loved it though. I will say I got to. Wait, did I? Wait, can I share this? Wait, let me see if I can. So for GameSpot, I'm gonna share this a little bit. For GameSpot, I've been recording my thoughts on the game as I played it.
Yeah.
And so let's see if I can find it real quick. The video that I shot at 4 a.m. after beating them. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Is it here? Let me make sure I have it. Is this one it? Let's see if you can. All right, so I think this is me. Okay, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but you'll be able to hear it real quick on the stream. So let me just quick put it up. Like a mess. Like hair is a mess right now. But I beat those 2 assholes. It only took 4 hours. I was hoping to go to bed 4 hours ago, but no, I just needed to beat them, and it was wonderful. It was one of the best experiences that I've had playing this game, and one of the absolute worst. And legitimately, I felt emotions during that whole fight. Like, there was despair, there was jubilation, there was like meditation during the fight. There was just so much. I feel like, let's see. But anyways, I get into I don't want to play the whole thing, but I get into like being like, I felt like I recorded myself playing the game, and one thing I'm gonna show in the GameSpot video is like it got to like 3 a.m. and like I'm gonna play until 2 and I'll stop, but I kept going, and I had like moments where I had to literally like calm myself down while playing and be like, don't get frustrated. Like I had to like actually like sort of like calm myself as I was playing, which was like such an interesting emotional experience about a game. So anyways, sorry.
No, you're all good. I obviously I couldn't hear what was played for everybody else, but
no worries. Sorry.
Yeah, Orsi and Smo are at time, that's for sure. You know what's a really, really cool thing about Dark Souls 2? You can trans your gender in that game.
I heard. I found there's a transgender character in Dark Souls 1, which I thought was cool.
Yeah.
Which is fascinating.
Those games are cool like that. I like those games.
I'm gonna be playing Dark Souls 2 at some point in the near future, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, but there's a you can like there's a coffin you can go to in the game, and and you have to kill 2 giant ogres to get access to transition.
Oh, someone just asked Looney1023, what's the largest amount of souls you lost by dying before reaching a bloodstain? 60,000. I lost 60,000 souls and I hated my life.
Ooh, yeah, that'll do it.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're all good. Yeah, it's an interesting.
It's a great game. It's a great game. I'm excited to dive into Dark Souls 2, 3, and Bloodborne. I'm very excited. Like honestly, that game has jumped up to be, I think, one of my. I did not expect it. I literally just was like, oh, I'll play this for GameSpot, whatever. Is for a video, and it has skyrocketed to be, I think, one of my top 20 games of all time. I have resonated very deeply with it.
Yeah, I do think that like,
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. Mr.
Oh yeah. The souls don't matter. You can always find more. Yeah, the instant you accept that, the game becomes actually enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. Very much agree. Very much agree.
There's a crack in the wall there. You could have gone.
Oh, I don't think I have the power yet to open that up yet. I don't.
No. Like by the explosive thing, there's literally like a thing you can walk through, like a little.
Where?
Like one of those things you squeeze through. Back where the explosive person you slashed was.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
Yeah. I guess I'm also behind on this.
Oh no, you're good.
Yeah, it's yeah.
But.
Oh yeah, like the use of souls as a commodity really like says a lot about the world. Could you make it more explicitly about capitalism? I don't know.
Yep, and then like also like the finite number, and it's also like an interesting sort of like we're wasting souls by like consolidating them, and like yeah, there's a lot to say with that metaphor.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the game.
No, it's also like how energy is like there's only a finite amount of energy in our world. And eventually it's like the whole idea of the flame going out. It's like as we constantly use souls to burn stuff, and we constantly burn off souls, like the energy just eventually gets like utilized and wasted. And also it's like people's literal life being used as currency. So
you can wall run there.
Oh, thank you. I'm like, what the hell am I doing wrong? There we go.
Yeah, no, like, and that's why I think Death's Door is like a more approachable game that touches on a lot of the same themes and things, and I think a really good way for like I think it'd be a good game to have kids play to like discuss death, which might be a lot for some people, but like I do think it's kind of this beautiful game. There's this thing it does after every boss fight where this one character does like a eulogy for the boss you just killed, and like remembers them in their entirety, the good and the bad, and it's really sweet, and like it's a game about like accepting, letting go. You
still there?
Yeah, no, so my brain is just...
No, I get you. I might also wrap up this stream soon too, because I'm kind of tired as well.
Yeah.
By the way, chat, thank you. I hope everyone's appreciating the conversation and how everything's going. Let us know how it's going. I hope you all appreciate it. Oh no, I forgot to. Dang! I hate it when I do that. When I forgot to rest it a stupid thing. So I get sent back all the way.
Yeah. So it's an interesting little game. Also, you get to play as a crow, and like I have a thing for corvids, so I love corvids. They're the best bird.
Death's Door. By the people are asking what game.
Oh yeah, Death's Door. Sorry, Death's Door. Play Death's Door. It's a good indie. It's like, and it's.
I know Vera Wild just played it on her Twitch a few weeks ago. So.
Oh nice.
Oh, just another broke nerd. Have a good night. You're lovely. You are absolutely amazing. Also, just another Brook nerd. You should. I keep meaning to show up at your Twitch streams, and I'm sorry that your streams, and I haven't showed up yet. So I want to get it. David Mayer, apologies if I said your name wrong, but you said how difficult is Fallen Order? It's not. It's definitely like you can that definitely has more accessible difficulty that you can change. It's not that hard. It's harder than some games, but it's definitely not.
Difficulty settings.
Yeah, there's difficulty settings.
Yeah. There's a lot you can adjust, so I would say it's
It is
as
not
hard as you want it to be.
Yeah, it is not. I would not classify it as the easiest game ever, but it's definitely not like inaccessibly hard, and you can definitely change it up and adjust for yourself. So.
Yeah, magpies are also corvids. Personally, ravens are my favorite, but which you can probably guess if you know my Twitter, which is an inside joke between Lady Knight and I. From when we were watching Six of Crows together. Well, we were watching Shadow and Bone for Six of Crows characters.
Oh god!
Really, like,
yeah. That show. I did a whole video on that show.
Excited.
That show is like, again, it's like we need more trash. Need more trash fantasy shows. Like The Witcher and Shadow. Basically, every Netflix fantasy show is like trash, but like trash that I enjoy.
I think Shadow and Bone's genuinely just good.
I had an
Sorry,
issue.
I will be clear. All of the Six of Crows stuff is genuinely good.
All of them. Okay, all of them is great. Yes, 100% agree with you.
I don't.
The other
really
stuff.
I don't care about the Grisha trilogy or its characters.
Oh yeah, no. That's my point. The Six of Crows stuff, 100% agree. Fantastic, love it. 10 out of 10. Well, you know what I mean. I do actually really love that stuff. It's the other side of stuff. It does the thing that always frustrates me, that it's by no means its own fault. Well, no, it is its own fault, but it's by no means exclusive to this, where it vilifies like people fighting, like we're oppressed, but we're actually taking it too far by fighting back against our oppression, and we're the villains of the piece. And I always hate Falcon and the Winter Soldier did that too, and so many things do that, like vilifying revolutionary movements and things like that.
My love of that show is so purely in the Six of Crows characters that like the rest of it is just like it's there, it's fine. I'm just here for my baby.
Yeah. No, Six of Crows stuff is fantastic. I agree completely on that front.
I cannot wait for the new season because they're definitely doing the first book. They've got Wyland there and stuff, and I'm excited for my little gay boys.
I need to read those. I just finished last night the first Wheel of Time book, which I feel like just like it's really interesting in that front. But I'm curious to get back to read other ones like Six of Crows and stuff.
Yeah,
the Wheel of Time books are interesting. At least the first one was interesting. So.
I don't know much about the Wheel of Time as a series.
It's one of those ones where I'm like, I'm very interested in like, it's a book that I think has a lot of potential to be like the world has, and I know a lot of people love it. I find the world to be super interesting, but it's one of those concepts where it's like this could be done really well or very badly, and considering the book was made in the 90s, I'm a little bit like dubious of it being able to be handled well. But that being said, it is considered a classic by many, and I liked what I read in the first one. I'm just curious to see how it gets developed.
Yeah.
So
series can really fall apart later on.
yeah. But I've heard it like many people feel like it's a really strong. It's actually most, again, having not read the entire series, most people actually say that the worst part of it is in the middle, because there's like considered to be a slog. There's literally called a section of the books called the slog, where it's supposed to end really well and begin really well, but then there's the middle part, which everyone considers like the slog. So, again, I'm speaking from what I've learned from just general fandom discourse. I've only read the first book and seen the first season of the show, so that's all I can say about it.
Yeah, I'll probably watch the show once it's like fully released. And
first season I thought was okay. I had elements of it that I really liked, and I had elements of it that I really disliked. And I thought it ended up in the middle, somewhere in the middle of being like fine for me. But there was a lot that I enjoyed, and it made me interested enough to read the book. So, I guess that means it succeeded. So.
Yeah, its primary purpose is a capitalist enterprise.
Yeah. I consumed media. I did it.
Consume.
Must consume. consume, all consuming. I think I'm gonna rest up here and call it a night here because I'm getting kind of tired, and I think that's where I'm gonna end. But
thanks for letting me come rambling.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, and thank you for like handling difficult topics with the Blum, even though we didn't like this has been a ramble cast. We didn't really have like a much of an intention, and I think we like hit on some stuff, and so thank you for being wonderful as always, and for talking about that stuff, and everybody in the chat. Thank you to all of you for being lovely as well. Like I said, we also, as I said to Aronach, we hit upon some stuff that got difficult. Also, thank you everybody too for Trevin. I answered that earlier. I liked Twi'lek's probably my favorite species of Star Wars.
Twi'leks. They're so good.
But everybody, thank you everybody for being understanding of like the conversation and being invested in the conversation and like down for like being in difficult places with all of that. And again, also apologies too that because I have a guest, I can't respond to as much of the chat as much as I would like to. So just thank you for being lovely and being there. I was reading the chat as we were going, so apologies if I didn't respond to it, but I was reading it. And yes, Louis Man Gaming, you are correct about the Batman villains. Very much correct. But also, one final thing, Aronach, do you want to hawk your wares? Why did I say pimp your wares? Hawk your wares. Hawk your wares. Like, where can people find you? Where can people see you? And where can people get your stuff? Sorry for I don't know why that was the word that popped in my brain. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's very funny to me as an asexual for it to refer to as that. Like,
I know. I meant to say hawk. I don't know why that word came in my mind. So apologies on that. But yes, please. Where can people find you? You have your Matrix video coming. All that fun stuff.
I'm Aronach pretty much everywhere on Twitch, on YouTube. My Twitter's at Aronach1 because the magical, nature of someone making a Twitter account that they never used. Like literally, there's like one tweet on that account and it annoys me.
Yep. I've had that experience too. Don't worry.
Yeah. So if you like what I have to say, sometimes I talk about similar stuff on Twitch while playing games, and sometimes sometimes I make these big long video essays and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everyone
go watch my Midnight Mass video. It's my best one.
That's the one that's the one you always say. But you should watch all of Aronach stuff. Like in your Intrinsically Queer series, is right? Intrinsically Queer, right? Inherently
Unintentional. So the series is called Unintentionally Queer, but there's kind of three phases. The first phase is done. That is where I talk about stuff that has no intention of queerness. And the Matrix video is the first and the second half, which is about where there was conflict in the creation of how much queerness there was. So the first one's the Matrix. Then I'm going to be talking about Deep Space Nine because the entire story of that show is literally just that will be one of the ones in this run. I don't know if it'll be the next one because that one I need to do a lot of research for.
Well, I'm doing. If you need help with research, that
would be great.
I just finished my script for my Sex and Star Trek Part 2. Is set and done, and I'm in the middle of doing the research for the Deep Space Nine one Part 3. So I have all the resources for you if you need that. So
that would be lovely, yeah. Because it's not that I have to watch the entire show again, but I have to watch a lot of episodes. Every single Garrick and Bashir episode, a lot of Jadzia episodes. Because Jadzia is trans.
Okay, Jadzia is great as a trans metaphor. Honestly, Ezri, I think is Jadzia. Well, here's my interpretation. Jadzia is fully cracked, fully transitioned trans, whereas Ezri is very much baby trans. He's very much a baby.
Oh
trans.
yeah, very much so. That's like a lot of that comes in. There's just all the Dax stuff. So you got all the Dax stuff, everything with Garrick and Bashir. There's a bunch of other episodes. But also there's episodes with Jadzia where we get a lesbian kiss, which they're like, but it's not technically that because when they were married, it was a man and a woman, so it doesn't count. But it's also clearly
it's not gay,
No, it's not. It's not even it's not gay thing. It's a how do we get this past Rick Berman? And that's what the video is going to be kind of about. Is how like one shitty was.
That's what my video is also about too. Is just like how basically my interpretation is like Rick Berman caused a lot of problems on Star Trek for these reasons. Next Generation saw a lot of these issues, but then you can see it more clearly, whereas Deep Space Nine is like, they got away with a lot more because Rick Berman was paying less attention, whereas Voyager did not.
Oh, God, yeah. No, I think the Berman stuff, there's a larger conversation that's a different thing than the one that I'm probably going to be having, because I'm going to be talking a lot more about, like, the queer subtext and why it matters and stuff, whereas if you want to have the larger conversation about Rick Berman, you have to talk a lot about his sexism and the treatment of women, the way that he sexualizes women. And I think the Sex and Star Trek video is probably going to be more about those things and less about the episodes where Garrick and Bashir just have vague queer vibes. You know,
it's gonna have all of that. But yeah, yours will be more specific. And also yours will probably not end up being 3.5 hours, so it'd be much easier to watch.
Yeah, so I will say that like, when I make it, I'll definitely be calling you up to have some.
Yeah, I can give you all the resources. So.
And B, making sure that it's adding to the conversation rather than just being a reiteration. Like again, like the Matrix video, right? The trans reading the Matrix has been talked about, but I want to make this like.
You want to make it very clear. You want to make like a good resource of like here, because it's been piecemeal from a bunch of different places as opposed to like
there's a
one
billion piecemeal things. It'll be someone saying like, I really related to this specific element, or they'll do the broad strokes, but they won't dig into any sort of details. So they say the red pill is estrogen, but they won't dig into the fact that the blue pill is a specific antidepressant that was often, used as a way of like trying to tell trans people that no, you're not trans, you're just depressed, which is not actually helpful. And it's like they'll talk about Smith as a transphobe, but they won't dig into larger discussions of the relationships between capitalism and patriarchy and how that like affect. It's a lot of piecemeal. There's a lot of piecemeal, and I'm going to shout out certain things that I really like that do those piecemeal things. From like, if you want some homework chat, I have some recommendations before the video releases. The Matrix of Resurrections is good, actually, by Jessie Gender. Lana Lily Wachowski, Sensing Transgender by K.L.M. Keegan. The Matrix is Transgender Narrative by Kenzie Lou Tess. The Matrix sequels are good, actually, by Sarah Zedek and Sophie from Mars. The Trans Tuesday threads and the trans reading by Tilly Bridges. I don't agree with a lot of Tilly's reading, but I find it interesting. And Identity, Validity, and The Matrix by Harker the Storyteller. That set of videos and Twitter thread and book are all very good. I don't think Matrix Resurrections is good actually is out yet for everybody, right?
It's out on Nebula and Patreon. It'll be out on YouTube. My video will be out on YouTube on the Matrix on Friday. But if you are on Nebula or my Patreon, you can have it already. So like I would say all of those contributed maybe 2 to 3 specific elements I missed. Like, for example, from Jessie's video, I talked about the battery stuff to a degree, I didn't specifically say that part of the metaphor is that it is people who power social systems, often subconsciously, right? They power social constructs. Right, the powering the machines and the system of capitalism by the subconscious of people is like not a very subtle metaphor, but it's a really good one. And then the other one was that you put me onto K.L.M. Keegan stuff, so anything that I quoted from K.L.M. Keegan wouldn't have happened without your video. And then there was one element to the mirror discussion that I hadn't added, though I like should have, because I should have been aware of it, because I've watched your video on the cisgender gays, but about the history of mirrors as like a trans
element. Like I don't know why it like skipped my brain. Like it's one of those things I thought about when I was writing the script. I just like never wrote it down, and I found there was like there's 1 or 2 elements from Kenzie's video as well that where I was like, oh damn, like I didn't remember to put this thing in, and then I think the other one was like I just legitimately didn't have that piece of reading. Though I do say something different each time, so it's like, yeah, there's not a lot of like direct quotation, and I'm just like, just take it as like the entire thing is inspired.
Yeah,
you know, like it's a conversation.
Well,
and then Harker co-wrote the video with me to a degree, so yeah.
Well, awesome, all of that. Sorry, I just want to wrap up.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I apologize.
No, you're okay. You're okay. But I will just say, because I saw 2 super chats that I just want to address before I go to bed. But I do want to also say, for the Deep Space Nine one, when you do get to that, depending on where I'm at in the filming of it, because I'm finishing off filming my video on Creators tomorrow, and then the next video I'm working on Sex and Star Trek Part 2. And then Part 3 will be Deep Space Nine. So dependent on where you're at, when I'm at, I'll either share you my script for Part 3 or I'll share you the video, depending on when you are at it. But quick reading these super chats. John Vinnell says, Mother's Basement has a great video on Detroit Becoming Human, by the way. Thank you. I will check that out, actually. That'll be awesome. Oh, wait. I thought was butt... Who's butt... I just saw Morgan saying butt touching, which is... Butt touching is a thing. I always sleep butt to butt with my partners, and so I just, whenever I hear butt touching, I just think of butt to butt sleeping, which is just, it's an inside joke with me and a partner. Never mind. Sorry. But Justin Edwards, and final, you get the last super chat, and thank you to everybody. You said, extremely amped for part 2 of the Star Trek video series that YouTube seems to not want me to name. Can't wait to see what you have in the hopper. Well, thank you. Yeah, weird that it won't let you say sex and Star Trek. That's strange. But yes, yes, I am excited for it too. It's going to be, like I said, it's the next video. So doing the content, the problematic content creators one, I just filmed the part of it today and finishing up tomorrow. And then starting after that, I'll be doing my Sex and Star Trek part 2 bit. So anyways, that's everything. Aaron, I'll stick around for just a hot second when I end the stream.
Oh, yeah,
just
totally.
So we can say hi. But love you all. Thank you, Fada. Butt touching is a thing. It very much is a thing. Love you all. Mwah. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you all on Thursday, my friends.